What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And
it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
players. Duty Harrison! Van Velzen!
The bullseye's what he gets. Well, that'll feel like a bit of a haymaker for Peter Wachiuri. Well, he's taking a bit of a gamble with Teehan on a finish, but that gamble's paid off.
That's lovely. Doesn't have to wait long to take a 1-0 lead. That's a beautiful start from
6 points overnight. Double 19 to turn for 118 checkout.
Wake up, Ronan. What a shot. What a conversion. Yes, indeed. It is the time to find out who is going to join Neil Duff in Saturday night at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We've got 2 spots available in Group C today, and there are plenty of people in with a chance. Welcome to the Modus Super Series. This is Friday, this is crunch time, and it's time to find out who's going to join Neil Duff indeed in our Saturday night spectacular in Week 6 of Series 11. And today, we're going to do it in the company of Devin Peterson, the ADC Global Champion. I'm sure that doesn't get old. Welcome, Devin. The next couple of days, we're going to see somebody join the likes of Jeff Smith and Scott Taylor and Shane McGurk. What a series it's been so far for the experienced players. But the rest of this week, we might get a smattering of something else potentially.
Yeah, you're looking at Neil Duff obviously already qualifying. He's probably the most successful player that's played on the Modus Super Series stage. And I think that when you look at all of the darts thrown so far and the quality of the players coming through now on the Modus Super Series stage, you know that we're going to see new players emerge. We're going to see players that change their stars on the Modus Super Series stage.
Martin Thomas hasn't won a weekly title just yet, but last night, he got off to a somewhat suspect start, even winning his first game, but by the end of it, 10-dart leg to finish the night. That was quite something to send a statement to Group B ahead of night 2.
Yeah, a 10-dart leg will never go kind of unnoticed in a sense, but you know that he's been around for a long time and he knows exactly. And obviously yesterday, a lot of the players had to contend with heat. So starting off, looking at the game itself, it might not have been his best start. But what a way to go to bed with a 10-dart finish.
Absolutely. You can see there in Group B, you've got Martin Thomas, closely followed by Adam Gavlas, just behind on leg difference. Charlie Manby with another perplexing evening, starting off almost unbeatable in his first couple of games, but then was pegged back with Coates and Wazuski. Plenty of stuff to do. When we go into Group C now then, Devin, there are 4 players who are very much in the mix. The 2 at the bottom, they've got maybe too much to do. They're going to have to go through the card today and hope that everything goes their way. But we've got to start with Peter Wachiuri, surely, because he's in 4th position, but he's done a really good job of keeping himself in the mix here.
I think Peter, his first experience was great because obviously not knowing anything about Modus, coming here and just experiencing it. Now his second bite of the cherry, he'll know exactly where to play, how hard to play as well. And if you look at the fixtures as well, it kind of is all in his hands. If he wins his early on fixtures, I think first 3, he could find himself in that Saturday spot, which is something that he's definitely looking forward to do.
Ronan McDonagh does lead this group. He's had a very tumultuous week. Monday was not great. It got better on Tuesday. Wednesday, he was arguably the player of the day. But yesterday, in this group, he was doing good stuff from the gate and was finding himself in a very strong position. He's got 8 points. How do you grade his chances of coming through this group, Devin?
I think that he is slightly tipped to become the champion at the end of Saturday night for me. I've seen him play before. I've seen exactly what he has done. I think he's come out of some dartitis early on, but his position and just how he plays and just his accuracy level, though. I think that sometimes there is a little switch off button that goes on a lot quicker than it should be. But I think that those elements, and playing at the Modus Super Series as well, you generally know that after day 2 on Monday and Tuesday, you kind of know your chances. So he probably just kept a bit of the energy back, and now finds himself on the top of Group C, which is probably a great strategic way to get to the Saturday.
Darren Johnson did pick up 6 points yesterday, and he's very much in the mix. But is it fair to say that he won't be pleased with the way he played at all?
I think Darren Johnson is a miserable Yorkshireman. He always wants to be the greatest, and even if he was the greatest, he's still going to go, yeah, that wasn't great. But you do know that he has an abundance of quality. I mean, he's a previous pro tour player, played on the seniors championship. He's one of those players that you know that if he turns up, it's all the Darren Johnson show. It's just whether he does turn up, and I think that he'd look at his games yesterday and go, I can do a lot better. But today, I mean, being in second space, but not being that comfortable in that second spot, because there's obviously 3 players occupying 6 points. But when you look at the performance that is needed, Darren Johnson is going to have to put that pressure on, and he's going to have to answer to players that are in that same chasing for that spot as well.
Well, let's get some confirmation of the table then in Group C, because as we said, Ronan McDonagh is leading this one on 8 points. It's not a comfortable lead, that's for sure, because Darren Johnson and Kieran Teehan are in close proximity, with Peter Wachiuri in 4th position here on 6 points. 4th position, it doesn't really mean anything at this stage. It's all about trying to get yourself into contention, and as the odds do state here, Ronan McDonagh, for the 2nd consecutive day, Devon, is the favourite. But can you see any value anywhere else?
I think the big value would probably be a Darren Johnson coming through. I think, obviously, you got Peter Wachiuri as well, far outsider, simply because he finds himself in 4th spot. But definitely for me, Darren Johnson, I mean, when he turns up, he's going to be fantastic. And I know I've seen him play at the very top of his game. But Peter Wachiuri, for me today, seemed a bit more comfortable. And I watched him yesterday, watched his games on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But just speaking to the man today, we've seen him what he's done the last time. And nobody expected him to get to the final. He did get there in the end. And today will be a question on Peter Wachiuri's improvement, just on his mentality, not his ability.
We're actually supposed to disagree as pundits and as presenters, Devon, but I 100% agree with you. I think today could be Ronan, could be Peter Wachiuri, but time will tell. I think it's about time we start playing some darts, isn't it? So why do we do that? We're going to have our first game in due course, but this is week 6, and if you haven't got any plans for Saturday night, you might want to be here, because I think things are going to get pretty rowdy. Thanks, everyone. Yes, that's how you can make your way to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth to cheer on your favourite players. And As far as Group C is concerned, this is where it can potentially end for somebody, even in the first round of Friday afternoon, because these two, Ivan Springborg Poulsen from Denmark, age 63, up against Jonathan Platt, who is adorning us today with his Aston Villa colours. He's 58 now. He doesn't look a day under 57. But this is a senior game of two players who want to keep their hopes alive as much as they possibly can. They both have 2 points. Whoever wins this game will be within 4 of the top spot. But it is fair to say that whoever loses this one is going to have too much to do, because Friday, whereas it's all about getting points, it's about taking opportunities before you run out of games.
First leg, Jonathan, you through first.
Paul Nicholson,
Game
always
on.
so accurate and explaining it exactly like it is. This is it's not even a bottom of the log shootout, because both players on 2 and Platt, starting potentially with a maximum. Platt definitely putting out the marker. This is going to be, it's as steamy as it is outside. 27 degrees in sunny Portsmouth. But like you said, this is not a bottom of a leg shootout. This is to eliminate a potential competitor. Platt, heating it up for us today. Could we see a 9?
Well.
Your famous words, all aboard the 180 train.
Yeah, we were referencing that yesterday.
62. Jonathan Carlton,
Get on board,
41.
Mr. Platt. Have you got a ticket? That is the question. Hang on a minute. Oh, so close!
89.
Without going too far into what we've just seen, and he looks unflustered about the fact that he was on the cusp of a 9-dart leg there. That would have been the
100.
biggest
Jonathan
thing
Carr,
that John
52.
O'Platt's ever done in this sport. But what a beginning from Jono as he goes for tops.
32.
I don't blame him for having one bad dart in this leg, because when you're on that 9-darter, Devon, you know about this, the body chemistry changes because
85.
the anticipation
Jonathan,
is there of what you could potentially do.
It's a date with destiny, date with glory.
Last score not been put on for Jonathan.
Jonathan now has double 10, so missed the double tops.
I'm just going to wait for this score to click over. This might actually be a good thing for Platt, because he's had a bit of an adrenaline spike in this leg. Give him a chance to take a breather, to focus now on taking this first leg of the contest.
He's definitely wanting to get on with it. He's just feeling like you can just tell it's not an anxiety though, but it's the I'm playing well, I want to stay playing well. Is that purple patches that let's just keep on moving, and Jonathan doesn't want to lose that. It's almost like trying to catch a butterfly.
I think at this stage, if you keep looking at the monitor, and we apologise for this short break in play at the start of Friday, but it's important to just find something to do for a few seconds. Maybe just organise your darts, take a couple of deep breaths, maybe go for a little bit of a wander if you are the Danish player in the background. Well, sorry about this confusion on the stage. I think what they're going to do is they're going to allow the guys to practice while we fix this technical error on the screen. So we do apologise about this break and play once again. And I think John O'Platt, Devon, is doing the right thing here. Just taking a sip of water and just accepting the situation. And that's what live sport is, isn't it? You've got to roll with the punches. When something unexpected happens, you just have to accept it and find the best way to move on.
It's been my philosophy for the last probably 2 or 3 years is a lot of the time dart players chase the game. If you let the game come to you, whatever comes in your way. I mean, once you create a stumbling block, like players are very, they like to blame certain things, like the venue's too warm. everybody plays in the same conditions. So, except that the venue is warm. So, how are you going to adapt? And I think that this is exactly what we see now. Jonathan Platt has been stop-start all the time. If this was F1 racing, there would be a safety car coming out right now. And, and we would be going around the lap in a nice order. But now Jonathan Platt here for a double 10, 15 minutes later, but he's got the 13 dot. That's probably the longest 13 dots we've ever seen, Ball.
Second leg, Ivan.
Both players here obviously laughing about it. Jonathan Platt, rightfully so, winning that game, but what a start from Jonathan.
100.
When Jono goes back to Staffordshire, I can see the T-shirts being printed now. Jono Platt, he's worth waiting for.
41.
And a big picture of him with his smile and his incredibly retro flights. That is a T-shirt I'd like to buy.
95.
Speaking about flights there, Springborg's flights looking something out of a sci-fi film. Really, 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 really sexy. But I love this, though. Jonathan Platt, playing phenomenally well, not missing their treble. Look at that. Oh, this is perfect.
140.
I mean, a lot of the times, Condo Access brought out a new narrow flight as well, 120 narrow, and I play with it. The new science brought into the
60.
flight manufacturing is such a big and important kind of part of the sport now that will change the way in which the game is played and also the scoring potential. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, manufacturers aren't standing still these days, that's for sure. Everybody's looking for that extra 1%. And you're right about Platt.
Having a car 120.
He's finding a lot of joy in that treble 20 department so far. If he was to take it 139, he'd establish a 2-0 lead
82.
against someone that he beat 4 legs to 1 yesterday in a bit of an attritional battle. And the shot is on. At least it was.
91. Having a car 40.
Ivan now with an opportunity to level up the game. Does so without any
Springborg Poulsen.
Any little faffing about, and that was a
Third leg,
16
Jonathan to
darter.
first. Game
Platt
on.
opened up with a 13. So you do know that both these players want to win. I mean, the position that they're on, 5 and 6, equal points. The loser here kind of
55.
is pushed out of the race. But the winner of this game itself now throws himself in the mix to kind of has to clear the card, which will be his only control, and then hope that the card kind of smiles back at him and results going his way. But it will be a good opportunity for one of these players, and both playing really well this morning.
134.
The biggest chance that someone in the position of 5th or 6th in the table has right now, it's very, very simple.
100.
Whoever wins will have to go on and win their next 4 games. They're going to have to play better than yesterday. It's as simple as that. We'll get into the numbers in due course.
81.
But what would be the easiest way to progress after winning their 5 games today is seeing Ronan McDonagh win 4 of his games. And obviously, whoever wins this game would have to beat him in the game that he loses. That is the best way to do it. That's clear, that's concise.
96.
However, there are other ways it can happen, but that would mean that all of the wins would have to be shared around in a very peculiar way.
140.
This is what we do on a Friday.
35.
Permutation day. And now, Springborg has moved on to 36, but will he have a shot? He might not have a shot. Oh, and Jonathan Platt there missing the bullseye for the 1-2-5. Ivan Springborg for 13 darter. Yeah.
Being shown the third leg.
The first leg, 16 darter. Second leg, 13 from Ivan. Both players come out to fight.
Fourth leg,
Do you
Ivan
feel as though
first.
yesterday's introduction to the Modus Super Series lounge with a heat outside, that affected both of these players, and now they maybe just become accustomed to it today?
It's a good question, because at points yesterday, especially in the first couple of rounds, some of the players were really struggling with it.
68.
Platt averaged 72 against Ronan McDonagh, who also averaged 72, and it wasn't a good game. And they were both
42.
wafting the shirt, trying to get a little bit more comfort somehow. And yes, they could be more prepared for this today. I'd be surprised if they weren't. Overall, Jonathan averaged
100.
78.5 yesterday with 28.5% in his doubles. So you can see that he's playing so much better already in this
85.
first game. Springborg Poulsen had very similar numbers to that of Platt. So it's nice to see that in this first match, they're getting a lot more joy.
140.
I think the game itself is all about how hot it is on stage, and now the game is also becoming that hot. I mean, both players now, Jonathan just trickling
100.
over 100 average there. Ivan also in that 95, 94 space. So you know it's a good encounter. And you'd almost know that at the start of the afternoon, this was almost a dead rubber game. But it's both these players, you know what it means to win on that stage, and all they want to just make sure is they give their very best, which
Jonathan
is
Carr,
fantastic
96.
to see, because it gives us an opportunity to really kind of look into the mentality. Dart players are just serial winners, and some of them just lose more often than others.
48. Ivan Carr, 120.
That's perfect. How was Dart 3?
Special
is what that is.
Poulsen.
He takes the lead by 3 legs to 1, and consider the fact that
Fifth leg,
Platt was the
Jonathan
one who
to
came out of the
first.
traps.
Game on.
He has been halted ever since leg 1. 3 out of 3 on the doubles. My word, this is brilliant from the Dane, who this week, Devon, has
95.
graced this place with his presence for the second time after playing in the tournament that you won at the back end of last year. And he's been nothing but positive, nothing but smiley.
100.
He's been possibly one of the best tonics in the practice room because he's not looking at anything in a negative way.
I think that kind of
100.
perspective about the sport itself, it definitely changes your mood and kind of makes you almost appreciate the sport
81.
more than think that it's just almost just a given that you're going to be coming to the Modus Super Series every week. You're going to be when you get here, and he's literally
60.
kind of loved every dart, whether good or bad, but just seen it in a good light, and it certainly affected his performance. And you can tell that the man is really enjoying
100.
it, and that comes through performing on the stage.
I couldn't agree with you more, because in many different places where I've played darts in the world, if I get wind of a certain player's going to be
42.
there and I truly respect them and like their company, that gives me a lift. And I think Springborg Poulsen's one of those players. When he turns up,
100.
people are going to naturally say, oh, Ivan's here. Oh, he's a great guy. He's going to be someone I don't mind spending 30 hours with this week.
Oh, if you put it like that,
60.
yeah, it's different.
Ivan
Yeah.
Carr, 120.
I mean, that's how you woke up this morning, knowing that I'm going to share the commentary box with you today.
I was going to say that later.
60.
But Ivan,
Jonathan
yeah,
Carr, 144.
60 points away from a 4-1 win against Ivan, but against Jonathan and the 144, the man that came out the traps quick is now the man that's way
40.
behind in the race.
Ivan Carr, 60.
Well, Platt yesterday beat Springborg Poulsen to get himself off the foot of the table. He might be back at the foot of the table on double 10.
40.
2 match darts
Jonathan
have come and
Carr,
gone.
104.
That's the first time he's missed in the game, and generally the winning double is the hardest one to hit. But this 104 would have changed it.
63. Ivan Carr, 20.
For the full stop, it's double 5. That is the cardinal sin.
No score.
It's
Jonathan
like
Carr, 41.
splitting 18s and 9s and having a dart left. You don't want that. But you do
Each on
want
the
that
fifth
to keep
leg,
the match
Jonathan
alive.
Platt.
The other problem that these two have,
Six
it
leg
is
Ivan
leg
to
difference, of
first.
course.
Game on.
There's a difference of 16 legs from top to bottom. That's the equivalent of 2 games. Because the biggest
83.
leg swing, if you win 4-0 against someone, is 8 legs in leg difference. It places more importance on you not just winning your games, but also winning them by
100.
distances, which will be difficult.
I think we saw Ivan there just realize, like, I can win the game. And the
59.
me and my dad always have this thing about the hurdle game. It's the winning game and the winning shot. And when you come onto the last hurdle before the winning line, that is probably the highest, in your mind, that is the
38.
highest hurdle. So just approaching it like it's your first. And I think that there was a mistake made there, and just an approach. And you know what that's like when you're about to win.
32.
And you just know that the approach is completely different.
Ask anybody who's been in that position, and their mind, their body,
99.
and particularly in this sport, their extremities will feel different when you're on an opportunity to win something or to succeed.
60.
The more you're exposed to those pressures, the easier it gets, but it never becomes an unnatural thing. At least you would hope
95.
it doesn't, because you should never take winning for granted.
Jonathan there with a bogey, a 169. So Tanya would put him in
100.
great position. But how big of a setup will this be? He might go 133 here for the shot, but he's going to stay on top there, which could have been it's probably a mathematical
95.
board management area,
Ivan
but great
Yacar,
last start
167.
to save his skin.
He's had chances to win already. That there was another
97.
one.
Jonathan Carr, 74.
But the question is, do we go the distance? 60 left. Tops to save it.
34.
It wasn't
Ivan Yacar,
a bad
70.
dart, that by any means. It was thrown very well. But Springborg Poulsen is now looking at tops himself. And this
Shot of the
time,
match, Ivan
he
Springborg
does
Poulsen.
end this game. It is in 6 legs. He does a very good job of keeping himself alive in the race for the top 2 spots. Jonathan Platt, you feel, has left himself with way too much to do. He's running out of games. They both are, in fact. But Platt, with an 86 average, that was arguably his best performance of the group. But he loses it by 4 legs to 2, and Springborg Poulsen takes it.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show
show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor. One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
A very warm welcome back to Portsmouth, where it is rather warm. And things did indeed heat up in our first game of Group C today, in Day 2. A good standard from Platt and Springborg Poulsen, but it was the Dane who came out on top by 4-2, keeping his very faint hopes alive of making his way to Saturday night for the very first time here at the Live Lounge. However, these two, they could be involved in a bit of a dogfight over the next 5 rounds, because these two, including the 26-year-old from Cork, Teehan, the 2-time weekly champion, up against someone slightly older than him from Mexborough, but vastly more experienced, still seeking his first weekly title, but he would still love to get there. Darren has been to 4 Saturday nights before without success, but he starts today in 2nd position, just ahead of Teehan on legs 1, the 3rd metric that we look
First like Kieran to throw
to in the
first.
table.
Game on.
Now, if somebody loses this game, by no means are they out of the reckoning, but they will be slightly on the back foot.
131.
And I think exactly like you said there, Paul, no means out of the race, but it does make it slightly challenging, because now it means that players are going to now drift, and the standings in the league is now going to start to separate. Those 3 players bunched up at 2nd. There's now going to be a player that's going to put his hand up
84.
and go, I want to be in the Saturday mix. Darren Johnson needing all of the movement, but like you said as well, like in our previous discussion off air, Kian's approach yesterday wasn't as dominant, wasn't as assured, and this could be something very different today, because it could mean that there's a spark, because you do know that Friday being moving day, it does ignite players in a different way.
56.
I think it's really important for these players to talk to themselves in the right way pre-first game. For Teehan, it could be as simple as, I've done this before, I want to do it again.
42.
So let's go and do it. He started pretty brightly here, leaving himself a 2-darter after 4 visits.
85.
Hasn't got a massive amount of pressure on him, courtesy of that last dart from DJ. Yesterday, Teehan's finishing, it was a bit suspect at times.
40.
And I'm not surprised to see a dart like that early. He just opens the door fairly quickly here for DJ to possibly slam it shut. But he doesn't have the key.
100. Kieran 24.
With a misaligned 32 going in the big 8. We have done this before, but double 12 is the target now. Oh, and another misaligned dart. So
12.
It might be a continuation of yesterday, where his finishing was his Achilles heel. Darren Johnson now with an opportunity. The DJ can play the right tune, but he has to push the right button. And he does. The tops is in, or 40 is in, But on the last start, and what a
Tony
last
McDonagh
start
to
that
throw
is.
first. Game on.
Darren Johnson being around for a long time. Definitely made a name in Yorkshire. And then becoming a professional as well. I've shared many a table with him. We've practiced as well in my
85.
most challenging times. And DJ has offered his assistance, kind words. So really rooting for him. But you do know those opportunities. I mean, this is not a problem for Teehan
139.
to score well. But it's the most important part. Like Bobby George says, trebles for show, doubles for dough. That's very important. But
140.
Johnson, yeah, just making sure that he stays in touching distance. This is his throw as well.
Fascinatingly, if we look a little deeper into
85.
Kieran's day yesterday, his percentage was okay at 34 and a bit percent. Now, that's about par for the Super Series as a total of games over the last 2.5 to 3 years.
95.
But he did miss a lot of key shots. He lost his last 2 matches yesterday, did the Irishman. But on both occasions, he did not have the throw. Which means he's got the throw in this game and his second round match today.
177.
That's more like it. Gets to the 2 data. And if we can be frank, there is nothing wrong with his scoring in this game.
57.
Just needs to add
Get in your
an
car,
end
100.
product to what he's doing at the start of legs.
This is fantastic from. He just needs this.
60.
And I
Down
feel
your
as
car,
though if he
124.
finds that first treble with the first dot, that confidence comes through. Darren Johnson knows he has to steal, and that's not the right way to do it. 124. If you ask Owen Binks, he's going to say 15 isn't the right shot.
40. Get in your car, 40.
Everybody knows what the right shot is here. Straight down the neck of tops.
$20.
Oh no.
Down in your car, 84.
Could have been 2-0 up. Might be 2-0 down. That's not good in any language.
Darren Johnson, yeah, licking his lips, 6-6, leading over, thought it was in, but 1 dot in hand.
78.
He missed the lines again.
Get in your
But
car,
so far,
20.
Teehan has missed 8 darts on a double. He could have been 2-0 up. Will he set up a 1-all and a break of throw?
Game
Yeah,
show
he
the second
does,
leg,
and
Kieran Teehan.
he sees he has the Bob Anderson point as the finger points to
So
the
that
double
Kieran
and
to
go,
throw first.
yeah, that's
Game
where
on.
you are.
Anybody who knows Kieran quite well, he's been coming here since day dot. He's still just a young man, but he is the kind of dart player that likes to let his action and his results do the talking.
58.
He's not the most loquacious of players. He's not as expressive as some others are. But even then, he showed exactly what he was thinking by pointing at the
134.
board when he hit the double 10. We know it's frustrating missing 8 darts at a double and only being 1-1 in a game that he has bossed so far.
97.
But it could have been a lot worse.
Paul Nicholson, there's one thing that I do admire of you, about you is your vocabulary. I've never heard a word as sweet as a Turkish delight, like loquacious. It's fantastic. You're gonna have to kind of upskill me on that. That the word loquacious.
137.
Yeah, he's not chatty.
Oh, love it.
He's
love
not.
it.
He's not verbose. He's not.
Oh,
He's not someone who talks a great deal.
I'm gonna use that. So what's
95.
I'm gonna be the opposite of loquacious, and that's always been me. But I love that word. It's like a Turkish delight. It's beautiful.
Get you a lot of points at Scrabble if you've got a cue.
60. Down in your car, 138.
Well, Johnson is queuing up for an opportunity, and for the first time in this game, he does have the lead going into the finishes.
98. Get in your car, 149.
Well positioned after 12. Yesterday, DJ didn't play anywhere near his best, but he still found himself in the mix. However, he was just holding his breath for a second
80.
there as Teehan
Down
went
in
for
your
that
car,
149.
40.
feel as though that would be it. He needs a ton topper. Just last start in hand, check it out, and then get the confidence. But DJ now needs double 10 for another break-off throw in this match.
Game
And he's
shot
up for
third
it.
leg,
And it's
Darren
again
Johnson.
double 5 in the last start again. So it's a repeat of the finishing. But Teehan, there's an opportunity
Darren
now
through
for
first.
Darren
Game
Johnson
on.
to stretch his legs. And with that stretch as well, if he wins this game, he goes into a solid spot of second.
140.
Yeah, Darren's average yesterday, 80.53. I made a point yesterday, Devon, stating that we do judge players like DJ based on what they've done before. And that is essentially our fault. Because if you've done great things in your career,
100.
let's say you've won a Lakeside before, we judge that player based on that level of success. What we need to do with these players in this weekly competition
47.
is judge them on the players they are now. What kind of player is DJ now? Not what he was doing 7 years ago, for example.
85.
Maybe an 80 average for him is accurate. And we're saying that he underperformed yesterday. He'll feel that, but maybe that's where he is at the minute. Maybe he is an 80 average player.
60.
That is probably one of the most sensible things as a commentator you can actually take into a game, because we are quite almost
60.
we criticize them on a, exactly like you say, on a player that you were. But this is actually the player that you're representing today, and that's all we can go on. And the only reference
60.
we do have
Daniel
is
Carl,
past, because you can't talk
116.
about what he's going to achieve and what it looks like he's going to achieve, because it's 10 to 1 you are off that. But this year, for a big shot, 116,
Game
he
shot at
gets the
fourth
shot,
leg,
the
Darren
10 plus
Johnson.
check out. And also now, Darren Johnson holds the throw in
Fifth
this
leg
match
here
for
in
the
third
first time.
Game on.
And that puts him 3-1 ahead. And Teehan now looking at a massive mountain to climb.
That is ton plus checkout.
79.
Number 5 this week for DJ. He's got the most after day 1, and he's already stretching his lead in that metric.
90.
It's not as if he was finding massive ton plus checkouts yesterday. His best was 118. But if you were to offer someone one
80.
160 plus checkout for the day, or 4 ton plus checkouts of any number after that, everybody would pick the 4. Because one big checkout is just one leg. 4 ton plus checkouts are 4 legs, and that's what exactly everybody's looking for in every game.
But if that 10 plus checkout, that big one, is the one to win it all, that's the one I would choose, though.
Just got another break and play here.
It's like when it was COVID, you know what I mean? And they had that longer half an hour. So we're having that mid-break drinks elements. Everybody hydration is a key factor here, because it is quite hot on that stage. It is a beautiful day outside, and we're enjoying it in the Modus Super Series Lounge, where all the lights are on. Aircon is blowing a gale in the studio here today. Both players now just walking around and almost like a lion's caged and just waiting for that little chop come through the gates.
Yeah, I think DJ is very eager to try and get this game done. He's just going to go for a bit of a wander. And Kieran Teehan is just going to stay on the stage and have a sip of water here. Gives us a chance to have a little chat, Devon, about what happened yesterday. We haven't seen Ronan McDonagh just yet, and he's going to be taking on Peter Wachiuri next. You spent a bit of time with Peter this morning. Obviously, he'll love the opportunity to get back to a Saturday night. Why is Peter favoured by many people this morning for making Saturday night once again? Is it purely because he's done it before and he's actually come through Group C when he did that?
I think it's more important it's more the demeanor. He doesn't know that when it's over. It's almost as if I'm just going to play my best, and if my best gets me there, that's what it is. And I think that with that kind of competition in mind, you know that there's not going to be an element of pressure there's going to be an element of, I just want to do well. And I think that's held him in good stead, and it's found him in finals that nobody obviously thought he would be in. And I think that he now wants to just go a few steps further. The key to it is, and the reason why he was so successful, because players on the stage, you can't really read Peter Wachiuri because he's always just feeling and looking so comfortable on stage.
We're trying to figure out how long it will be until we see Peter up against Ronan McDonagh, one of 2 Irish players here this afternoon. We've already got 2 Irish players into Champions Week, of course. Winner of a week in this series, Shane McGurk. That's his 2nd weekly title. And John O'Shea, the beloved man from the city of Cork, where a certain Mr. Teehan is from as well. He's through to his 2nd Champions Week via his 1st weekly win. The last time he was there, he was a fortunate runner-up. So we're about to get this game up and running again in the next few seconds. DJ would love to get this one by 4 legs to 1, because that would result, Devon, in a big swing in the leg difference. He started this game on +3 with Kieran Teehan. If he can go to +6 and put Teehan on 0, or all square, depending on how you say it around the world, that will give you just a little bit more confidence that you can afford a mistake later on, whereas your opponent can't afford that.
I think most importantly is, like you said, the leg difference. It's getting that opportunities. And many people will watch it and go, it's all about the leg win, who's going through. But we know that Fridays kind of tend to move to the legs playing such a vital role, as much as the points does as well. But when it gets to that tight element, it's that win ratio, that legs that you win, and taking your opportunities. And Darren Johnson there just holding through to go 3-1 up. Now in a position to break Teehan again. So far, Teehan hasn't been able to hold his throw. So Darren will be licking his lips at this opportunity, which will mean that in his head he's already seen 4-1.
Well, overnight, he was sitting in 2nd position in the table, of course. He got himself 6 points, and you can see the tied position that he's got with Kieran Teehan there. This is the live table as it stands post Game 1, with Ivan Springborg Poulsen winning his shootout match with Jonathan Platt. Obviously, that takes Springborg Poulsen to 4 points. He's only going to be 2 points behind whoever loses this game. That's why he's still in the mix. Platt is very much cut adrift. If you were to attribute a percentage to Ivan Springborg Poulsen at this stage, as far as qualifying is concerned, how low would it be?
I think it's probably got, I'd go with a 33% chance there, because the elements that need to happen, even though he has to do everything, it might still need to be that Darren Johnson has to, there has to be mixes of that results, like you said, and he has to come and beat Ronan as well. So I think that in its own right is massive. I think the earlier round game against Jonathan Platt was an opportunity to kind of just move away from the bottom of the table, but all the players on top of him have beat him yesterday, so it's going to be a big thing.
Well, thanks for your company here on Pluto TV. We apologise for this break in play, but we're just going to get things fixed. And in the meantime, we're going to tease you a little bit, because next week we're going to take a break from the Modus Super Series and we're going to concentrate on the women's game. And next week, it's all about the ladies.
Oh, beautiful. Sophie McKinley, the bullseye.
Well, absolutely sensational stuff. An 11 dart leg from the Roman Stanley. Takes it out superbly, Quinnigunaba.
And she finds it. That's good composure there from Kirsty Vinnakainen.
Does it in 3.
So Pauling looking at 130. Another. Double 5. Oh, that's magnificent. It's another big checkout and a big time for Paige Pauling.
On the first leg.
Check, check, check. Double 13. 3-2 up. She does. Getting shot in the second leg. Angela Kirkwood.
Bullseye.
Game on the third
Wow.
leg. Steph Clark.
So 109 for the match and 6 starts from here for Vicky Bruin. Is she going to find her second ton plus checker of the match? Yes, she is.
Again, she hits the treble, double 18. A nice little
Said dart is going to be at double top. Said dart is found. And this is a good couple of legs of Kirsty Hutchinson here.
We are going to continue with our Darren Johnson, Kieran Teehan game in due course. But before we do so, we're going to tell you a little bit more about what we've got coming up for you later on at 10 p.m. live on Pluto TV, because Group B will be our last qualifying group later on in Week 6. We're going to see Henry Coates up against Dave Wachiuri. Martin Thomas, who leads the table overnight on 6 points, will have Adam Gavlas in his rear-view mirror, and Charlie Manby, who was, in the first couple of rounds last night, definitely the player of the night. But sometimes Group B can be a game of two halves, because Manby does find himself in third position. But that is a qualifying position as it stands. He will feel pretty strong about his possibilities. But Henry Coates and Dave Wachiuri have got a lot to do when they start their campaign tonight, Devon, because if they get off to a bad start, they could be cut adrift.
I think that's the challenge with Group B. So much talent, and I mean, Martin Thomas and Adam Galwas sitting on top of the perch. But like you said, it's a game of two halves, and we know that the quality that Coates and Charlie Manby has as well, and David as well. So you look at all of that elements there, and I don't think that is how it's going to end.
Adam Gavlas did have an opportunity to win Group A this week. He lost his last 3 games. He was in a shootout match with Neil Duff. And if he'd won that game, he wouldn't even be playing tonight, or had played last night. But the thing is, when he's now won 3 games from 4, is what happened on Wednesday forgotten because you're already focusing on the future?
100%. I mean, it's a new, and this is the beauty of the format of Modus Super Series. Wednesday is a Monday to Wednesday, and there's a winner. And then there's Thursday, Friday, there's 2 groups. When you look at your group specifically, all you just want to do is that's the new focus. What happened previously, that's forgotten. Because, well, like we were discussing earlier, there's levels to this. So it's level 1, level 2, level 3, and Saturday is the level 4. So I think that every opportunity is the challenge that they focus on, and the past is in the past.
What's Neil Duff thinking right now? Because he won Group A, he's already through. He's thinking to himself, potentially, you guys all sweat it out. There's been interruptions. There's been fluctuations in these group scenarios. He's sitting somewhere with his feet up in Portsmouth thinking, this is going to be my week. Is that how he feels right now?
That is 100%. He'll be cooking something like he normally does. And I think that as a player that's been in that place all the time, like he's always been successful. I've seen Neil Duff. I've competed with him in the same group as well. And you just understand that there's a mentality that you have to win a group, number one, and to come back on the Saturday after the 3 days that you played, reserve that energy. He's definitely got it all to do and in the bag as well. So all the experience that he has, he'll be bringing that back on Saturday.
Well, thanks for your patience, everybody. We apologise for that extended break in play, but we are back now with a 3-1 scoreline for DJ.
60.
And plenty of time for Kieran Teehan to mull over what has happened in the first 4.5 legs of this match.
50.
Who did that unwanted break serve the best?
I think it's more for Kieran. I think Kieran is certainly in a, will find a better position, because he could have easily found himself in a 2-0 position and then throwing for 3-0. But Darren just stole the game every single time, 43. And then with a big ton plus checkout.
42.
Darren now might feel like he's just slipped away. Even though the game wasn't played, it's that frantic panic has now kind of left Teehan, and 93. Now in the place of just playing it steady again.
In a weird sort of way, I don't think that break and play has harmed the chances of Wachiuri and Ronan McDonagh, giving them a bit of extra preparation time.
49.
Because they're going to play game 3 a little bit later than planned. Double 16.
Getting shown the fifth.
It does feel like that break has served Teehan well. He's now 3-2 down, and still very much in this
Six-leg
game, but he
Karen to third
does
first.
have to
Game
break
on.
Johnson in this leg, otherwise it will be a start on Friday with a defeat.
And just to point out who
58.
who that break benefited the most. That's the first time we've seen Teehan finish double or the finish with the first dart, and that will certainly give him some confidence and put some pressure on Darren Johnson, because he was in a commanding lead. Now it's just kind of pull back to one, and he's going to have to play well here to kind of get it over the line, or it will be the Teehan throw in the end.
81.
He's definitely steadied the ship, that's for sure. I think anybody who played darts during COVID,
60.
when we were all playing with smart devices and with anything we could get our hands on, breaks and play like that became normal.
Because it mean you would have to go just change or take
86.
the laundry and hang up the laundry and be back in 15 minutes. And that's generally what's happened here.
Johnson's trying to leave a finish, and he may just do so. But what are you doing, Darren?
126.
It's a great visit, don't get me wrong, but he did the wrong thing.
Owen Binks tearing his hair out there at the back. But now, Teehan has an opportunity now to set up, and how much pressure will the Darren Johnson throw be? And fantastic there, finding two trebles on the last. Darren Johnson now a mere bystander. He's probably going to go 16.
136.
And that's going to leave him on tops. But Teehan here with an opportunity to tee up a last leg decider.
Beautiful dart, double 8.
Getting shown the 6th leg.
Well, it's a very different game now, isn't it? A very, very different game.
7th and final leg.
If Darren Johnson had hit treble 20 to leave 170, he would have had a shot at the ball to win the match. But he did the wrong thing on the treble 18. By hitting it, he left 176. And now, Kieran is a firm favourite for this game. He's playing better, he's in a better position, and he's got a good start in the last leg.
Also, Darren Johnson there lost some valuable points for the leg difference.
55.
Which you almost feel could come back to haunt him, even if he wins this game. But I think that the position of Teehan now certainly
100.
looking favourite for this leg now. And this will be a great comeback. And that unwanted break, like we said, favoured him a lot more because he could quiet
42.
the mind and just change the pace of the throw.
The tighter this game is, I mean, it's not going to get any tighter than it is going to be, but the tighter it could be, the better it is.
60.
For Peter Wachiuri in 4th position and for Ronan McDonagh at the top. Because nobody is feeling dominant at all
60.
going into round number 2. Someone's going to have 8 points and a leg difference of +4. Peter Wachiuri will stay in 4th. Ronan McDonagh will stay in 1st.
105.
As for where these guys are actually situated, it looks like they might be switching places because Teehan has got a massive lead here.
81. Kiruka 97.
97 now for the 4-3 match. But he does not get it. So 54 is the top. He goes for bullseye. And another
57.
setup, perfectly poised, double tops. He's missed this a few times. But Darren Johnson on the dance floor, but can't hear the music.
99.
And the Super Series is no
40.
silent disco. Cue the lights. On double 10.
Getting shown the match.
It was very much a game of two halves, wasn't it? Unfortunately, in the middle of the match, there was a break, and I think Darren Johnson is feeling a little bit aggrieved. He's going to leave the stage having lost his first match, and Kieran Teehan was definitely the benefactor to the game breaking down in the middle. Because there we have it. They flip-flopped from a 3-1 scoreline to a 4-3 scoreline for Kieran Teehan in the end. So he goes to second position for now, ahead of our game in Game 3 between McDonagh and Peter Wachiuri.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome to game number 3, and this is Group C, Day 2. This is where things get really interesting because Ronan McDonagh does lead this table. And even though 2 games have come before him, he has been watching in the practice room as people get a little bit closer to him. It is very much an Irish race at the minute with Kieran Teehan also on 8 points, just behind Ronan. But don't discount Peter Wachiuri. With a win in this one, he would not just keep Ronan McDonagh on 8 points, he would actually elevate himself to that point. Ronan is 23 now, and he is 15 years the junior of Peter Wachiuri. They have similar levels of experience
Like Ronan did
here at the Live
fast.
Lounge in Portsmouth because they played here once before in this format, and both have made it to the very final match. But maybe only one of them can progress here today. If they both get through, they will preserve
100.
their perfect qualifying records for Saturday nights. Both currently 1-1. But this can't be a draw in this fixture. Someone has got to win it.
26.
I generally just normally watch Peter Wachiuri at home. But now commentating on his game is going to be slightly different. But Ronan himself is just a magical player. Look at this, Peter Wachiuri pumping it in there with that new flights as well from Winmau. That was a little kite flight. He used to play with the handmade ones. Winmau upgraded him now. And with the Kenyan flag colours, proud Kenyan man. We've done a great tungsten talk with him as well today. And you kind of feel like
85.
There's a lot more that we're discovering with regards to the king of Kenya.
He did something yesterday as well, which really grabbed my attention.
58.
In the middle of the session, it felt like things were slipping away, and he needed to change something up. And he did something which can be seen as very simple, but to some people it would be very complicated.
100. Rolling the car, 120.
He decided to go to a new set of darts. Same construct, just a fresh set of 3 darts, and it made a huge difference.
55.
He started playing with a lot more assurance.
150.
Yeah, 150. He's not going to go bull, but he might go treble. Double 18.
140.
Peter Wachiuri misses out and
car, 65.
puts the Ronan throw under pressure immediately. This 65 has to go. Oh, he's missed all of the big numbers. Peter Wachiuri licking his lips now, knowing how important this is. Ronan slipping up at the wrong time. That 150 miss put him under some pressure.
That is a massive mistake from Ronan.
25. Peter
He knows 36. It, but if you're going to make a mistake like that, do it early in the day. Get it out of your system.
Getting shown the first leg.
Wachiuri does take the first leg of this contest with a classy 16 darter.
Second leg, Peter to throw first. Game on.
Would you like to have a game of I Spy, Devon?
Go for it.
I spy, with my little eye, something beginning with L.
With an L. Give it to me.
41.
We'll wait until Peter turns around. See a lion. Look at the arm of McDonagh. I see 2
60.
of them.
Oh my goodness. Look at the eagle eye of Paul Nicholson. Watching the show, watching the stats, and just watching the guy's arm.
95.
The man can do everything.
Nothing escapes me. That is one vivid tattoo on that left forearm.
45.
You can tell there's a lot of tension here. Ronan, even though he's ahead and he's leading the pack, you just feel like the comfortability isn't with him. And Peter Wachiuri here with an opportunity for a maximum.
135.
Just love his demeanor, though. Great character. And missing that 180 there. Ronan knows he's in a game.
140.
Yeah, 2 very different ways of throwing the dart. You've got very much a flick from Peter, and then from McDonagh, you've got a real thrust. This should be a max. The lie was perfect, and he used it perfectly to leave 50 after 12. Things are going his way so far. I just wonder if this is something he can
60.
build on
Peter
the rest
50.
of this game and maybe the rest of the day.
I think so. It is exactly where Peter wants to be. He's a double 10 now. It's not in Peter. He does reset. This is the shot to hold the throw, and a 15 darter. Oh, it goes on the inside, and luckily for him, Ronan nowhere close, but he will want to leave it close. That first dart, beautiful, maybe 56.
100. Peter Carr 10.
He's under pressure, feeling the tension. The Kenyan man is putting him under so much pressure, yeah.
Being shot on the second
and those
leg,
kind of
Peter
finishing.
Wachiuri.
I think that the thing that you mentioned about changing the darts yesterday, I did
like
see in
Ronan
his
to
set he
throw
does that
first.
too, with
Game on.
different points, lengths. And this might be the longer one of the. So it's almost as he is throwing spears, if you must call it that. I mean, the
140.
analogy of him being African and throwing spears is obviously used, but I'm saying that comfortability and that balance, it's just a long dart.
I can actually attest to what it's like throwing these points, because they are the exact points that I use.
Do you still play?
41mm points from Winmore with
81.
rings at the top for a little bit of extra middle finger grip. They are exactly the same as what is used by yours truly and historically by a certain Johnny Clayton.
95.
I believe that's who they were designed for.
And he's been doing really well with him. And yeah, just a simple battle as well. Yeah, little scallop in that. There as
Yeah,
well.
there's a little one at the top. I think this is
100.
a very old Phil Taylor dart.
Yeah, the
it might
poorest-
be an old Gary Anderson. It's definitely one of the two.
We do like the zoom in, and you can tell there the
58.
drop there. But the flat lie of Peter Wachiuri is just all attest to the flight cut as well. And the way in which he flicks his dart and sets it up at the
125.
back. That flick is cosmetic. It's just to get the dart into position. And then he releases it and finds a treble. This man is something.
125.
Yeah, that's good pressure
Ronald
applied.
Carl, 55.
McDonagh has not had a dart at a double yet. He's going to get one now. He hasn't missed this single. He doesn't miss the double either. That's a wonderful shot from Ronan. Keeps him very much in touch. But Wachiuri has got the insurance policy,
Game on.
knowing that he's already broken, and that is not a break back from the Irishman.
The one thing we actually didn't mention is there's loads of people in Kenya that made it possible for Peter Wachiuri to obviously
60.
travel both times. Everybody met Penny the last time. She helped with the translation and all of those. And then obviously the team, the Buffaloes team, which is Jeff and Dan back home.
85.
And then the Rebels team as well, which is Cookie as well as Tony. And everybody chips in. Everybody makes sure. So it's literally celebrating a representative of Kenya because Kenya got him here. I think his ability, his demeanor, and just wanting
43.
to succeed, that's 50% of it. But everybody coming together, making sure that it happens, that's the other 50%. The country's fully behind him. And I think that's why he can perform the way he does.
Yeah, it was very evident this morning when we were having an extended chat with him that representation is incredibly important to him. Very, very proud of being from Kenya.
125.
Why wouldn't he be? It's had such a massive impact on darts, that nation, over the last 9 months or so. But even before that, they have had a massive impact on what's on the wall.
140.
They talk a lot, Devon, about farm to plate in the food industry. Well, what about farm to the wall in darts? Because Kenya,
93.
with the assistance of the branded board that we have here, because it's the best, it's farm to wall in the shortest amount of time possible. You get the sisal from the field, you cultivate
60.
it, you put it with the carbon fibre on the board, and it's the most sustainable way to make a dartboard. And Kenya have given that to the world.
And all we just have to
81.
say is thank you,
Ronald
Kenya.
Carl, 132.
Now we have a representative from Kenya, which is phenomenal to see. And now Ronan has an opportunity, but does not seem
59.
to take it.
Peter
Now we're
Carl,
going to have a
99.
99 from Wachiuri to hold the throw. This could be an important 99 for his hopes for Saturday.
Does he like ice cream? We're about to find out.
67.
Oh, there's no cherry.
Ronald Carl, 73.
No cherry on top. And McDonagh could be the sunshine to the ice cream of the Kenyan. Trying to melt him. There's a lot of thought going into these doubles from Ronan. Oh, it's in, but only
Engage on
just.
the fourth leg. Ronald McDonagh.
Not the first time this week that someone's established a 2-0 lead and seen it
Fifth leg,
expunged.
Ronan do through first. Game on.
Just feels as though that 2-all now just brings us level. But Ronan is, I feel as though that first dart, he
68.
used to suffer from dartitis, I remember. and you can. It's not that it's coming back, but you can see there's still hints of it still lingering there. It's not as bad probably, but you can see he's got a pump action, and when that pump action when it doesn't relieve or relieves the throw, it puts him in the where he has to just have an extra added on kind of pump, which, as we see there.
Yeah, I think that's the most pronounced it's been all week.
77.
He's handled it fabulously the last 4 days, but today, this is going to be a big battle for McDonagh. You know how they say that when people suffer from
45.
addiction, whatever it is, one of the biggest routes through it is to acknowledge that you're always going to have that.
45.
Yeah, and you can tell that it has an impact on his mind as well, because he knows that when that happens, and it only generally happens with the first start to release, and when it comes out, he's okay. But it's that first start, and it also can be because he's played a lot of darts, could be tired as well, and that's where it creeps in, because you're obviously not keeping out with the thought process, and that's a big thing.
I think it's important for people who have suffered from dartitis that they can say, I'm always going to suffer from this, but I have the ability to come through it
100.
as many times as I can possibly need it to. It's acknowledgement, finding the right path to move on. That's why I mentioned addiction, because that's what they do. They acknowledge, they get help, and then they move on. But it is never
100.
a battle that stops. With dartitis, we saw it with Eric Bristow, we've seen it with Mark Webster, and some other high-profile players like Mark Walsh. The acknowledgement is, I'm a player who has suffered with dartitis.
85. Peter Carr 116.
It's always going to be at the back of my mind. But how do I move on from it?
Peter Wachiuri looking to break the throw within 15, but certainly not finding the first treble. Now needing to set up. 22 scored so far, so 94 left. 25 could be the shot. Oh, 54
76.
as just putting that shot under pressure. Certainly confident Peter Wachiuri. But a 1-2-6 here. He's going to need to find the treble. He could find it with a second. Just pulled it.
98.
Great setup though.
Peter Carr
Tops for Peter
40.
Wachiuri.
Yeah, big chance here. This is to break again. Couldn't ask for a better guide.
30.
Not able to use it, and that's about as annoyed as we've seen him all week long. 7-7 for Ronan.
No score.
Frustration coming
Peter
through
Carr
now.
10.
Very evidently.
Well, quite frankly, we can all understand it. It's not because he missed, it's because of how he's feeling. And that is just going to make Ronan McDonagh feel even worse, because he's now 3-2 behind.
6-leg Peter to through first. Game on.
That's not a great place to be mentally. I mean, he's been throwing really well. He's one of the players that I played against him as well at an exhibition. Such a phenomenal scorer, and when he's comfortable, and you could tell he was comfortable, and we had a great chat at that time. He's really looking forward to this moment. And now, because he's behind, that dartitis might just come in a slight bit more, because now you're trying a lot harder. When you can, I mean, the worst thing that can happen now is he loses us the game, and he kind of just all capitulates after this. If he wins it, he might feel like he's kind of dodged the bullet.
You have to try and find ways of alleviating pressure in this sport. It's a very tough thing to do, but try and look at it from the perspective of what's the worst case scenario. And if it's not that bad, you can play with less pressure on your mind. Now, if I were to have 10 seconds with Ronan right now, I'd say to him, this is a very tight game. The worst possible result is a 4-2 loss. If that happens, he's still going to be top of the table.
55.
So the worst case scenario is actually not that bad. But dart players don't think that way, do they?
All we do is win. You had an article that you wrote about bad losers, and that's the reason why, because all we focus on is win. And the most important thing is to get that winning double, to shake your opponent's hand and says, unlucky mate, and just walk off with the points. When you don't do that, I mean, just trying to, I always talk about quieting the mind. Is when there's too many thoughts, not being analytical about your throw, but too many thoughts going around with scenarios and everything else that's happening, and not focusing on 3 darts in your hand. And like you say, just having 2 minutes with him and going, mate, just chill out. It's not that bad. But I think that he's probably fearing that he's got the whole day to kind of contest with this demon all the time on the stage.
Yeah, you can get yourself caught in a bit of a mental torment. It's very hard to break free from that.
36. Peter Carr 110.
He is feisty as Ronan. We know that about him. And Wachiuri could elevate himself to 3rd position. Well, what's going on here?
Game show.
Well, that's a little bit different, isn't it?
Wachiuri.
I think Peter Wachiuri is showing a bit of sympathy towards Ronan there because we can see what has been transpiring. But the last time the King was here, he was doing things slightly unconventionally. We've been waiting for the unconventional, and I suppose Paul Hinks is out of a job because he wasn't even given the opportunity to take the water off the table. So Peter Wachiuri can do anything. He can win a match by 4 legs to 2, he can take the water, and he can get himself to 3rd position in the table, winning by 2 legs. So Peter Wachiuri does the double over Ronan McDonagh in this group and elevates himself to third position on 8 points with McDonagh and Teehan. Darren Johnson is looking to do just that himself by beating Jonathan Platt, who sits at the foot of the table. But one more time, the double for Wachiuri over McDonagh. And also beating the Irishman by 3 games to 2 over the first 5 days of week 6. So things are very rosy for the man from Kenya right now, as we have completed one round of play on Friday in Group C. Now we have to move forward to see where this table goes from here. Jono Platt started with back-to-back maximums in his first game, but after that, he was scrapping with Ivan Springborg Poulsen, and he's now 6 points behind with 4 games to play. It is beyond the realms of possible
100
for him to come through this group. But if he wins this one, this table will bunch up again. There would be 4 points between
41.
top and bottom if he can upset Darren Johnson, who obviously Devon Peterson was not in an ideal situation in his previous game and was
58
subjected to a 4-3 loss to Kieran Teehan.
With a big break in between in that game as well, which kind of just put Darren off his rhythm.
121.
Both players experienced that early on, so there was early breaks. Both players suffered the loss there. Platt lost to Ivan, and Darren Johnson lost to
55.
Teehan. So it's DJ versus JP. If you look at this game now, and with Darren losing that opening game, obviously
85.
Jonathan is wanting to move up the ranks as well, but it's highly unlikely that he makes it through. So he's just going to upset the apple cart. And that generally makes
60.
players play a bit more with freedom. And Darren Johnson, wanting to get to the second place, is now going to be under pressure.
Yeah, I don't think Platt is under any pressure anymore.
60. Darren
He's at the foot of the table.
131.
He hasn't made a Saturday before. Obviously, he'd love to make one, but it's looking unlikely from this position. DJ, not a fan of that dart.
91. Jonathan the Car,
He
139.
will like the third one, which leaves him very well placed. And he is going to get a look at tops for a 7-visit leg. And that's
73.
where the
Darren
standard
Car,
was
40.
this time yesterday. It was 7 visits predominantly, on average.
Gains
That
on the
is a
first leg,
perfectly
Darren
pitched
Johnson.
shot. And that is the
Second
first
leg,
leg he's
Jonathan
won
through first.
since
Game
we
on.
had that break in his previous game. So I'm not going to say that all is now forgotten, but the majority of it is, because he's now looking forward.
123.
We were having a chat yesterday about the flights that JP's using. Earlier in the broadcast, I called him incredibly retro.
100.
Because they are. They're more than 25 years old. I have no idea where Jono got them. I don't know how many he's got left.
80.
I would very much like to know where he got so many sets. I put the word out yesterday. I don't know many people who've still got
26.
some of these left.
Certainly have a stash under in the sock cupboard somewhere.
Yeah, somebody's got a stash. It's as simple as that. Now, the story goes like
78.
this. Rod Harrington and Peter Everson were sponsored by that company in the 90s. They used them exceptionally well. They both won the World Match Play.
140.
Around about that time, Alan Warren a Little was the best player in the world. And he loved the very small lollipop stems
78.
made by a company in the northeast of England. But they decided to stop making them. At that point, Warren a Little said, "Give me everything you've got. I want the rest of the stock so I can use them until
31.
there's literally not one stem
Jonathan the
left."
Car, 142.
I just wonder if Jonathan Platt and his brother David got their hands on the last batch of Team Duro flights.
26.
And there would be a visitation to the David and Jono's residence
60.
to make sure.
Jonathan the car 116.
And I think one of the things is it's like we say, like dart players, we have this almost sentiment towards a flight system or the length of shaft
42.
or
Down
kind
in
of
the
a
car,
battle. And everything that
144.
Jono's has is very retro.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that. Oh, that's a great dart from DJ.
96. Jonathan the car
Forcing
74.
Platt to take this out. His biggest finish in his previous game was 41. So this is a bit of a step up.
Getting shown
Step
the
up he
second leg,
does. He
Jonathan
didn't need
Platt.
that second dart anyway.
What a great marker as
Third leg
well.
Darren to through
Just
first.
bounce
Game
it
on.
off the outer ring and then big massive gulp as well. Must be very hot on that stage with all the lights and also the heat outside.
100.
If you're not outside enjoying it with a barbecue or sitting outside tanning, I'm sure you're going to be loving this dart at the minute.
100.
Some people might say that Jono is chewing on something when he's actually playing. That is quite a common thing at the top of the game. Raymond van Barneveld does it for two reasons.
131.
One is because he has diabetes and he needs a little bit of a sugar injection at some point. But chewing on something when you're playing darts,
100.
it's actually a way of releasing pressure as well. It's what we call a little bit of pressure displacement. I think that's what
60.
cowboys used to do when they were chewing straw just before they went into a gun battle in the 19th century in America. They called it the Wild West. Look at the cowboy movies. Look at the westerns.
100.
They were all chewing on a bit of straw. You might think that was just because they were country folk. Oh no, there was a lot of logic in it too. Because if you were chewing on straw, you weren't giving away your emotions as much. You weren't showing weakness.
122.
An image comes to mind with a Clint Eastwood. That little squint as well in the hat.
That's the one.
45. Daniel Carr 88.
Platt not feeling lucky at all. Darren Johnson here with an 87 left. So now going to set up and give Dave Platt an opportunity on this 156, which
40. Jonathan
is a
Carr
tough shot to
156.
take out under this pressure. But it would be a break of throw as well.
Why are more players actively trying to lead double 15? Johnson tried to do it just now on
66.
88. He hit a 1.
Daniel Carr,
Then he went for
48.
treble 19. Okay. Double 16 instead.
32.
The door is open,
Jonathan Carr
Jono.
90.
You don't even need the key. You just need the right combination. He's going the MVG route for 90. But he's not going for double-double. And
54.
for that reason,
Daniel
I'm
Carr,
going to
16.
question that route 100%. I think that was wrong.
Getting shown the third leg, Darren
And he pays the
Johnson.
penalty. It's another 7-visit leg for DJ.
Fourth leg, Jonathan to throw first. Game on.
Are you a big fan of dart players representing their football teams by wearing the same colours?
I've
100.
seen it a few times, and I think it's predominantly done by... I mean, Joe Cullen has that Man United logo on some of his shirts on the back.
97.
Duzza used to do it. Who's the other player? I think Gary as well. He has the Rangers kind of kit designed. I'm not going to say
55.
I'm not a fan, but I feel as though your identity is kind of shown on your shirt. So it's an opportunity for you to kind of display all of that, like just your personality kind of on
81.
show, if you must. So
Yeah, I actually understand what you're saying here. I've had conversations with people in our industry about shirts and other ways of representation. It can be something to do with a country or a club
28.
or a region. But ultimately, your representation has got to be about you, not about something else. If you want to build a brand,
134.
you want to build that brand around you, not around Aston Villa.
I think because you eliminate everybody that could be a fan because of your shirt, because they don't support Aston Villa.
I have
100.
the ideal situation to talk about this, because one of my previous darts that I designed was a black coated dart with a hint of green.
140.
And I found out after going to Scotland that Rangers fans would not buy them because they had green. So there you go. You eliminate
140.
a bit of representation because of the colours you choose. So you're not going to see anybody in a West Brom part of the West Midlands going to be buying John O'Platt shirts.
17. Jonathan Carr, 78.
That's exactly how I understood the business, mate.
Well, everybody loves a 78 out and 2. JP doesn't get it.
66.
He doesn't get it at
Jonathan
all.
Carr, 32.
Spin it up one time, DJ.
$16.
He's letting
Jonathan
this
Carr,
leg
12.
slip. All of the winning legs so far have been 7 visits.
Getting shown the
Just
fourth
like
leg,
that one.
Jonathan Platt.
That is the third 20 darter of this contest
Fifth
from
leg
4
Darren to
legs.
through first. Game on.
If somebody can find a 2-leg blitz here in something in the region of 30
85.
to 36 darts, they're probably going to win 4-2.
And I think it's that push element now for Darren Johnson. Because he's going to feel tight. Platt's not good. He's going to feel comfortable because he feels like he's not able to get through to Saturday. And you can see that there's that last start was smooth. But there's some of Darren Johnson's starts with there's almost a hint of I'm not going to call it a snatch, but he's releasing the dart and it's not that smoothness of his release, if you must call it that.
There's a great deal of detail on his barrel. I don't think finger position is a problem when he's projecting the dart forward. I think it's more to do with timing. And if that timing is slightly off, that shoulder knows this is a bit late. We're going to have to try and save this shot. And when that's engaged, that dart will be low.
85.
I think just loose as well. If you see his hand just coming out like that, that is the typical. But when he gets that smooth, it's always
47.
on spot. But this is also a pressure moment for him because he'd be going into, the back end of the day now with two losses to his name.
60.
And it could be tough for him to kind of bounce back. So he's going to have to find some real good finishes and just real good scoring.
In footballing terms, it's as if
83.
DJ is, let's say he's Arsenal, chasing the top spot. It's very much within his grasp.
Can we use another team? Because then it just means that DJ's
100.
not going to win anything.
Daniel Carr, 107.
It's very much unfinished, this table, unlike the Premier League. But if he's Arsenal, he's playing someone like Crystal Palace at the minute. They're not
53.
going to win the table,
Jonathan Carr,
but they can
76.
still cause a lot of problems. If Platt takes the lead, Johnson will be forced to take the last 2 legs just to get the points. Double top.
56.
That was never
Daniel
there,
Carr, 54.
and he knew it. What a let-off this could be. It could be for another 7-visit leg.
34. Jonathan Carr, 20.
And this is the kind of game where both players know that neither is firing on all cylinders, and they're just trying, and they're trying too hard. But John O'Platt
on the fifth leg,
breaks the
Jonathan
throw
Platt.
there with a 20-darter again. So far, he's gone
6 leg Jonathan to
20,
first. Game
20. And yes, you guessed it, 20. And so far, he's leading 3-2. So it doesn't matter what the averages is. As long as you hit the winning double.
95.
I haven't seen this much 2020 since a 1990s off-license shelf. That's very much a British reference, Devon.
59.
Yeah, the best leg of the match is 19 darts. That was for DJ in leg 3. That seems like a long
85.
time ago. This game is getting away from him.
34.
And I think he can feel it. As players, you do know that. Like, it's just not going. And in your head, you're going, let me just stay straight. But then when you're standing behind a player like John, are you thinking,
59.
I need him to miss as well? So there's loads of thoughts that's going through your head, and you can't just quiet it.
Certain things in your career you just don't forget.
134.
And when you have a Super Series career like Darren Johnson, he hasn't sampled having a medal put around his neck or lifting the trophy,
85.
having the smoke machines go off and having that moment of I am the last person standing. He desperately wants to feel that. But in order to get there, he's got to be in Saturday.
95.
He's not out of it by any means if he loses this match. But the fact is, this is game 4. He's the first of the top 4 to play in this round.
137.
Peter Wachiuri, Ronan McDonagh, and Kieran Teehan will all have a game in hand on him at the end of this
47.
match, which
Jonathan
he could
Carr,
lose
40.
by 4 legs to 2 now if Platt takes this tops. It's
on the match,
perfect.
Jonathan Platt.
And that is the best leg of the match by 3 darts. More problems for DJ, and he's going to have to spin a better tune when he comes back a little bit later on. 4-2 victory for the man from the West Midlands, stroke Staffordshire. Wasn't a classic. And now we move on to ISP versus PW.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor.
Welcome back to the Live Lounge. The Modus Super Series continues now with game number 5 in Group C for Friday. Week 6 at times has seen much disappointment on the stage for people who have had good starts in groups. But maybe Peter Wachiuri is starting to peak at the right time.
Looks like Ivan to throw first. Game on.
The perfect time to be top of the table, of course, is at the end of the group. Having said that, in round 2 on Friday, that's not a
81.
bad time to get to top of the group for the first time. Gives you an opportunity to maybe keep it for the rest of the day. But it is undeniable that for the first time this week, Wachiuri is very much in with a great chance of making Saturday if he can end Friday well.
44.
Friday is tentatively moving day. And generally and we did say before, just looking at the fixtures, this could easily kind of end halfway through the day.
41.
You think that the way in which Ronan played, you wonder if the same Darditis kind of elements come to the next game against Teehan. And then it's going to be
41.
a toss and turning on the top of the group as well. And depending on how Peter Wachiuri wins this match, it will also impact his leg difference. So he would want to make sure that it's a 4-0, 4-1. And if he does that,
85.
he could find himself at the top of the table with a bit of a buffer.
He needs to go against the grain a little bit because he did have a winning record against his opponent in this game in the first 2 days of the week. Beat Ivan 4-2 and 4-1 on Monday and Tuesday. But then the last couple of days, Springborg Poulsen has got his own back, winning 4-3 twice.
180.
But then again, after that first 180 of the game, it is the Kenyan who's taking control.
41. Peter Carr, 55.
And after 12 darts thrown, it's 2 darts for the finish.
Finish on the first leg.
14
Peter
darted
Wachiuri.
to start off. And this is Peter Wachiuri
Second leg, Peter
on
to
the
throw first.
ascendancy here and making his way to the top. He understands exactly what the result will do. And after the conversation, he did say that he wants to make sure that he's back in it on Saturday. He wants to see the flags. And we want to see the 180s. Peter Wachiuri with 2 180s so far in 2 legs. All aboard the 180 train.
100.
Destination Saturday. I think if there was a train in Portsmouth that you could board and take it to Saturday night, you'd get on it.
41.
That was a little bit snatchy, that last dart, but he's still in a very good position. Peter's remaining fixtures after this. He's got Darren Johnson in game
100.
7. That's at the start of round 3. Might not be a bad time to play him. Then he's got John Platt in game 10. And he would end against Teehan. That looks
100.
pretty workable at this point in time. He was 4th favourite this morning to win the group. Devon and I did say that
140.
based on what we'd seen, not just this morning but yesterday, maybe the stars were aligned for maybe a second Saturday night in this format for the Kenyan. And last time he was there, the atmosphere was deafening.
45. Ivan Nakar,
Vuvuzela's was out.
161.
The flags are out. Ivan, yeah, with a solid 161. Not going to have a chance, but once they go 25,
54.
that doesn't
Peter
happen.
Carr,
But
135.
Peter Wachiuri here with another chance for a below 15 darter. He's going to need to find a treble. Does not find it. So setup is possible.
63. Ivan Nakar, 107.
Just slightly a bit. Could have been different with board management there, but went the steady route. Left it in
55.
Ivan's hands.
Peter Carr, 72.
Killed the first leg with his first dart. Needs the second one this time. That is missed by the
54.
finest of margins.
McDonagh 52.
Literally a millimetre away from being 2-0 up. Springborg Poulsen does not get 2 darts at a double to win this second leg.
32. McDonagh 18.
He just looks like he's flagging now. He's playing in his 22nd game of the week. Having said that, so is Peter. This is a really hard shot. Give him an angle. Look at that. He's got to go to the top.
No score.
Case in point, that was maybe one of the most
20.
difficult darts of the entire week.
Ivan had an opportunity there to disrupt it,
No score.
but
McDonagh
certainly
18.
missed inside on both. Now Peter Wachiuri is not opting to split, and he's going to hit the same target. And he
Being shown
finds
the
it
second
with
leg,
the
Peter
second
Wachiuri.
time of asking. So Peter Wachiuri has broken the
Third leg
Ivan
Ivan to
throw
third first. Game on.
and held his own. Puts him 2-0 ahead. Ivan behind it. And Peter Wachiuri, we've seen him beat Ivan
140.
before, I think it was 4-2 and 4-1. Certainly putting a 4-0 yeah, would put him in a great position on top of the table with a bit of a buffer as well.
41.
I've got a question for you, Devon, because you were there in Kenya when Peter was playing in that qualifier. What were the conditions like? Was it really warm?
Yeah,
76.
Yeah, it was actually, and you think about it, it's just the energy in the room. Put it at, and it does increase when you have loads of people obviously there screaming, shouting, and all of
41.
those things. So this would be comfortable conditions for him, though. So he wouldn't be struggling with the heat at all.
Yeah, that was my thought process.
140.
Whereas some players might think this is a bit warmer than usual. Peter might be thinking this is quite comfortable. They do play a lot of darts in Denmark, and it is sneaky hot in the summer around the Copenhagen area
137. Ivan
and
McDonagh
surrounding countries. So
145.
you're not going to get Springborg Poulsen whinging about the conditions. He's actually been bragging this week that he's
87.
never been to England when it's rained. So if we need good weather, we need Ivan to be in the country.
It comes with the magic. As we see, he's got the
96.
wizard on him, and
Ivan McDonagh 58.
it's Ivan abracadabra. Can he abracadabra this double tops?
Getting shown the third leg.
Wielding
Ivan
his
Springborg
wand.
Poulsen.
And getting their double tops with 2 darts. And
Fourth
now
leg
holding
Peter
throw
to
there.
first.
Peter was shooting
Game on.
all to do here, and with an opportunity to go top, and you almost, just his demeanor, you know that all he wants to do is play well. That's it. So he wouldn't be thinking about log placement, league placement. He just knows I want to win all my
39.
games, and if I do, I'm going through.
Yeah, that's it. Win all 5 games. See yourself through. It's been done plenty of times before.
44.
And it's such an easier dynamic, though, if you're a player. Because if you have to do everything and wait for the result, that is where it just becomes really impossible. Because you have to stay motivated for yourself.
55.
And then try and motivate players in the back room, and you go, and you see a guy that he has to win. You almost look at him and you go, he's not going to win. Because he's throwing his darts. He might be having a bit of a moan,
41.
a whinge. We've all been there.
Yes, we have. Just losing his range on that treble
45.
20 for now is Peter. And as he's losing his range, it feels like Springborg Poulsen is just starting to find a little
100.
bit more. At this stage of this game, tons are good. That's the way of steadying the ship if you can find them. It's a lot easier with a first dart like that.
The second is perfect, but the third, just under the wire there.
140.
Just the way in which Peter Wachiuri's darts lay as well. It just invites, if his first dart's in and he just replicates that throw, it's almost guaranteed
85.
that it's going to be a 140. Feel as though a big score here will put him 3-1 ahead. He's not finding that treble. And like you said, the range, it could be a whole host of things.
40.
And it's also a fatigue. Because with the heat, I mean, you might be tired of throwing every day and all of those, but with the heat, it just takes even that little small ounce that you could reserve. It takes that away.
If you want to be a very successful dart player in the summer, the best thing you can do is turn up the heat and don't shy away from it. Actually go to it and try and perform in it.
82.
In preparation.
McDonagh 110.
We'll talk more about that in the next leg. We've got some great examples of playing in hot conditions. Because Ivan Springborg Poulsen's on tops.
90.
Is
McDonagh
Peter going to get a shot at tops? Whether it's for two of them or just the one. This is very important. And that's why he's stepping off. 60 or tops? It wasn't far away.
60. McDonagh 20.
Ivan's missed this before, but will it be the same?
He's on the fourth leg. Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
He's learned from his previous mistake, and it's now 2-all.
Fifth leg, Ivan to throw first. Game on.
So it means that Peter Wachiuri has to make the Ivan throw to win.
Come on, Devon, tell us the
97.
hottest place you've ever played darts.
I've played in Qatar, but I mean that's perfect conditions because they have air conditioning and all of those things. I
54.
think that the hottest place I've ever played on was Hamburg World Cup.
81.
That is the hottest place I've ever played.
Yeah, I have to say that is very high on my list. When we played at Hamburg in the World Cup in the early days, it was cold because it was February. It was icy, sometimes snowing.
100.
It was freezing. But when they changed the World Cup to June, the climate in northern Germany is fiery. And that was warm.
100.
Very, very warm. Anybody who was at the 2019 Czech Darts Open knows that that was like playing next to the sun. But from my personal standpoint, the hottest event I've ever played at,
100.
it was a town called Punchbowl in New South Wales in January of 2009. So bad
92.
that everybody's dart shirts just became a part of their skin. It was very uncomfortable, but everybody understood. They just wanted to win the tournament. The likes of Russell Stewart and Pete Corcoran and some other great dart players
60.
from that part of the world were there. It was so hot. It was 47 degrees outside, and it was about 55 inside.
So you just felt like a sausage in a pan.
I've never felt heat like it.
50.
Yeah, it's tough playing. I mean, even when you play on stage, all that lights on and all of in the PDC as well, it's quite warm. And I think that even at this World Cup now, the Frankfurt one it wasn't
30.
extremely
McDonagh
hot, but it
81.
was definitely very hot. But I just remember the Hamburg one, and that one for me was
He's
forever.
on the fifth leg.
As we
Ivan
see,
Springborg Poulsen.
Ivan Poulsen now 3-2 ahead.
Sixth leg, Peter to throw first.
Peter Wachiuri.
Game on.
Ivan is throwing a spanner in the works. And like you said, Ivan's last two matches against him was 4-3, 4-3 victory against Ivan. Peter Wachiuri now wants to certainly change the pattern
55.
and make sure that he graces the top of the table.
Seems to have lost his way since leg 3. And even though the averages are both in the 70s
100.
here, I'm going to give Springborg Poulsen his credit here because the last 3 legs he's won with a 90 average. He has not averaged 90 in any game this week. But over the last 3 legs, he has.
100.
So he might be in the midst of playing his best spell of darts this entire week, which is not good timing for Peter. Let's face it. And he might not be finished yet.
180.
That is his first 180 of this match, and just at the wrong time for the Kenyan. I always like to delve into, on a Friday, who is getting the good news from this result.
85.
Or in the case of this situation, this prospective result. Because there are no guarantees until you hit that final double. A win for Springborg Poulsen would be excellent news for
95.
Darren Johnson. Because it would put less significance on his defeat to John Platt just now. It would also be very good for Ronan and for Kieran,
22.
who play each other
McDonagh,
next.
126.
Even if he'd found a 57,
54.
he didn't need to go for the ball. He's in a very strong position here. As his numbers have been climbing, unfortunately, Peter's have been dwindling.
48.
Peter Wachiuri
McDonagh,
not
72.
able to strike when needed. Springborg now needs another 16 for the double tops.
To finish it.
Game shot
And
on the
finish
match.
it he
And
does.
Springborg Poulsen.
That's another excellent leg. And his final 4 legs in the contest, which he won in succession, were 65 darts. An average of over 90 for the last 4 legs. He leaves the stage with his first win of the day, but 50% on the doubles. That's where the damage was done, as he won the last 4 legs to win 4-2.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy. Couldn't get the job done.
The match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Time to see what the Irish boys can do then. Is this going to be their final meeting of the week, or are they destined to go through Group C together?
Game on.
They can still be the top two no matter what the result at the end of this one, but Kieran Teehan, who most definitely took advantage of a peculiar situation in Game 2.
100.
He was 3-1 down, but ended up winning 4-3 against Darren Johnson. He finds himself in second position, and Ronan McDonagh,
93.
who had a very difficult game with Peter Wachiuri in Game 3, now has an opportunity to put himself essentially back where he was at the start of play. 2 points in front.
139.
I just get the feeling, Devon, that maybe the right opponent for Ronan right now is to play someone that he's very familiar
82.
with. And that is, without a shadow of a doubt, this tall lad from Cork.
Comfortability. But how much?
120.
That dart did not penetrate the board at all. And Teehan does throw a bit hard. But when you, exactly what you say now, you could just tell he just needed that time. I think because it was his first game as well, Peter Wachiuri in the chase for the top spot, all of those elements. And when you realize that you just didn't need to be under that kind of pressure early on, maybe it just hurt him a bit.
Apologies for this break in play. I'm starting to think that Kieran Teehan is a bit of a jinx. This keeps happening when he's playing.
Kieran Teehan is so tall that you can't even catch him in the shot. Look at that. The man is built like a mountain. Tall as a tower.
Going for a 1-4-2 check out. He's not going to take it out. However, he does find himself in a bit of a good position here. 75 left. That is more than okay. McDonagh does not have the darts in this contest, which means he will throw second
59
in legs 1, 3, 58. 5 and 7 if we need to go that far. Teehan in his first game was 4 out of 13, but predominantly at the end of the match he was close to perfect.
48. Rolling the car 167.
I think that for Ronan itself, it's almost
57.
You watch him and you
Get
just
in your car,
kind
10.
of wish that first start he would find some rhythm. But as much as you wish it, you know that it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, you show on the first
Teehan
Kieran
there
here.
for the first break of throw as well.
Second leg rolling into
Oh, it
the
was a
first
holder
game on.
throw.
Yeah, earlier on today we were talking about the fact
100.
that Teehan has got the darts in his first 2 games. If he can win them both, he can put himself in an attacking position before he plays John O'Platt in Game 8.
33.
And I think after everything we've been through the last couple of hours,
40.
if I were a player, I'd be sitting down just for 2 or 3 minutes saying, okay, today is not going to be smooth. Today is going to be a bit arduous at times. It's going to be a bit of a
42.
trial. Be okay with it. Because complaining about adversity gets you nowhere.
100.
Just think about that statement as you go into your weekend, whatever you do. If something gets in your way and you don't like it, What's the best thing you can do about it? Can you just brush it off? If you can't, you figure out a way to fix it.
59.
It's basic philosophy. It's basic wisdom that you get from people who have more life experience than you do. Who was the biggest philosophy muse for you, Devon? Who would speak to you and you'd listen to every
18.
word that they would say?
121.
Probably, I'd go with there's some like
61.
some inspirational leaders, if you must, and I'd always go back to the likes of T.D. Jakes, who's his
58.
the
Ronald
way in
Carr,
which he
60.
delivers. There's a term or a phrase that he used, the giraffe and the turtle, and that entire theme changed my perspective
20.
of life, because there's people that feel as though they have so much to say, but they're actually turtles in your life, and you the giraffe, so you see different, you eat from a different height. Not that you're better than them, but they just
59.
you both occupy
Ronald
the same
Carr,
space,
40.
but it just means that you have different perspectives.
Getting shot in the second
That's a
leg.
lovely
Ronan
deflection
McDonagh.
for Ronan. Take it and run.
Third leg here in
I know what you're
his
saying,
first.
actually,
Game
because
on.
I've read a lot about sports philosophy, which is then translated into sports psychology. But nobody has spoken
96.
more freely than Bruce Lee. He used to talk about human beings having to be water.
100.
Be the water. Because the water is simply the thing that goes in the vessel. You can become anything if you're water. You can become the cup or the glass or the vessel.
59.
Meaning that you're pliable, you're moldable. Be open-minded. That's what that's all about.
41.
Don't pigeonhole yourself into being one thing. As human beings, we can be many things. Successful is one of them. If you do the right things.
Be water, my friend.
38.
Boy, did he say it well. And he was taken from us way too soon.
83.
Well over 50 years ago now. It was the early 70s before Enter the Dragon was actually released. He never got to see his best body of work, which is a 20th century tragedy.
It was the end of the dragon. Kieran Teehan, yeah, just wants to see the end of Ronan.
44.
Certainly not finding a whole host of tribbles, and I think that
45.
once Ronan watches this back, and I hope he does in some kind of crazy part, and players generally don't like to watch back when you're not thrown well, but I think that getting that rhythm right, the first
59.
start is of utmost key. You just too many of those pumps is always going to be tough. So almost changing that rhythm.
140.
And you coached many players. How would you coach him?
It's the first thing I would look at. I'd sit him down, have a chat with him, think about
96.
what
Ronald Carr,
he's
92.
thinking pre-throw. But that prod of the dart, especially on dart 1, it needs to be more consistent.
56. Kieran Carr,
It's
109.
been everything from 1 prod to about 7 at times this week. It may be something he can't control, but it's something you can work on. Double 16.
77.
It was never there.
Ronald Carr, 36.
And Ronan might be breaking the throw to take a very valuable lead. Double 9.
28.
Said it
Kieran
more than once
Carr,
this week
32.
already. That angers every dart player on the planet. When you split 18s and 9s and you have that one dart you can't use.
Teeing out for an opportunity.
Getting shown the third leg. Kieran
Finds the
Teehan.
opportunity, and you just feel as though because
Fourth leg Ronan to
Kieran
third first,
knows
game on.
exactly what Ronan's going through, he's trying to jump on the mistakes. And when you try to jump on the mistakes, you kind of make
36.
the mistakes yourself, which is just so evident. Like when you you know that there was a period of your game where you weren't at your ultimate best, and I remember it as well. What? Because you still found a way to win some of the games, because people played against
91.
Paul Nicholson, the player, not the player that's in front of them. In your head, what was there any feeling of imposter syndrome? Was that a big thing? Or was it just, let me see what I can do on the day?
I think once you break that mold of belonging at the start of your pro career, if you still feel imposter syndrome 4 or 5 seasons in, you've got to speak to someone about that, because you've got to make peace with the fact that you do belong if you've won titles. But there comes a period where you don't look at your opponent any differently to anybody else. It could be Dirk van Dijvenbode, it could be Danny Noppert, could be Phil Taylor, could be Michael van Gerwen, or anybody. You just turn up, you do what you feel 59. Are positive things in the lead up to a game, and you try and execute. There is such a thing as playing the player, but that's an elite level thing to try and do. You may sense a weakness and try to expose more weaknesses by doing certain small things. But in tour life, you try and treat everybody the same. They're just someone you have to beat.
Kirikar 132.
Kenya for a perfect break. And this would be a shot they would need.
92.
What a last start to put pressure on the Ronan throw. 7 double tops to level it up. He does level it up, and that would give him some confidence, because now he finds himself back to all. Both players
to throw first. Game
Ronan
on.
playing to stay atop. Teehan playing to take over their top spot.
85.
We only have one weekly winner from this place in this group, and that is Teehan. And he's done it twice.
121.
We're starting to see plenty people from the island of Ireland succeeding here over their water. John O'Shea is finally a weekly champion.
140.
I'm sure he's watching this afternoon, and if you are, John, we're looking forward to seeing you back here in August to try and get your hands on
100.
a bigger prize, but I think Shane McGurk might have something to say about that. And, of course, 6 more players will have their opportunity to book their Champions Week spot after our Women's Week, which will be
60.
next week. Now, Lorraine Winstanley was scheduled to play next week. She's had to withdraw because of other commitments.
60.
But Laura Turner has decided to step into her place, and the former runner-up in a Women's Week will have another crack at it in the shape of the blonde bombshell LT.
30.
The quality of the ladies' game now is just so great, and just different age groups, different categories, different players.
95.
It's phenomenal.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing Sophie McKinley next week. She's in terrific form. Has been for about 6 or 7 months. Been winning titles all over the place. Sophie's in a great place.
I remember meeting Sophie back when she was
45.
probably 12.
Rolling the car,
I think it could have been
125.
when I was doing a lot of the exhibitions in Scotland, charity events and all of those. And you quickly realize that she was going to be really good, because she always wanted to play in the...
85.
And they used to call her Sophie the
Rolling the
Trophy.
car, 141.
And I never knew quite why, because obviously you play against players all the time. But now I know why.
Oh, this is a big chance for Ronan.
Rolling the car,
Break
40.
the throw here. Get 2 chances to win. His best chance is about to come. He's turning things around.
6-leg Ronan to through first. Game on.
Just little by little. Standard compared to his previous game. The difference is 0.25 of a point. It's not much at all.
137.
But it's the intangible stuff that's improving. He looks more comfortable. He looks like he's ready to move forward. He's not being judged
96.
by the way he played in his previous game. And look at that. He can't wait to get to that 7'9" and a quarter inch hockey.
97.
Teehan slightly different, just taking his time. This now is a opportunity for Ronan to cement his place
50.
on the top. But not just that, though. I mean, if you look at he's got Ivan and Jonathan to play as well.
100.
And then he's got Darren Johnson wedged between that. And well and truly could cement his position at the very top of the table. And a
100.
confirmed participant for Saturday.
That's worked out really well. What a leg this is from Ronan. It's at this moment, we've talked about it already today. You're on the cusp of a match start. That big deep breath 45. Is really key.
Jean-Luc 28.
He doesn't waste any time. Any time at all.
McDonagh.
And he gets himself a win against Kieran Teehan for the second time in 2 days. Teehan is still very much in play, but Ronan McDonagh started that game top of the table. He will finish it top of the table, but he does now have, after 2 rounds of play, a 2-point buffer after that 4-2 victory against his countryman from Cork.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts, but he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife.
Welcome back. to the Modus Super Series here on the south coast of England. And as we have 2 completed rounds on Friday in Group C, we will refresh your memory of how things stand in due course. But we're going to get cracking with this game without any delay, because now it's time for Darren Johnson to try and kick in. If he doesn't do it here, he's only going to have 2 games left, and he's going to be 4 points behind. Must-win game for the Yorkshireman. I can't really say the same for Peter Wachiuri, but he would dearly love to get another victory in this one, because it would put him level on points with Ronan McDonagh at the top of the table.
You feel as though it's a certain, almost in the balance kind of game for Wachiuri, because
100
where he finds himself, the Teehan game is his last game of the day. So a win here now will put him in a great position.
85.
Well, there you can see confirmation of how it stands. Ronan McDonagh on 10 points, like difference of +8. Closely followed by Teehan and Wachiuri. And then Johnson, number 4
100.
position on 6. Meaning that a win for him is more important, just to stay in the fold.
96.
We could indeed go to the last match of this group. It is a great deal of credit that has been thrown the way of Ivan Springborg Poulsen as well. He's won 2 out of 2 today.
43.
He's not out of it yet. And we did warn people that if he won that first game against John Platt, if he could keep going on a roll,
78.
He might even nick the second spot by the end of the day. There are many possibilities over the next couple of hours.
Not getting into them permutations yet. Because the African king, or the Kenyan king, is on stage and certainly looking to get to that 10 points. And I think that if he finds himself in the 10-point range,
78. Peter Carr, 24.
Not going to be comfortable, but he will. It will make sure that that Teehan game is something to decide the group on.
Getting shot on the first leg, Peter.
He's taking the first leg in 17 darts. And just the way it was on Wednesday when we said about Neil Duff, he had to make sure that his last game against Gavlas was a winner-takes-all situation. Well, if Wachiuri was to make
60.
Game 14 against Teehan winner qualifies, I think he'd accept that.
And also just looking at the Darren Johnson game, I mean, we've spoken about it. It's generally 7 visits. Peter Wachiuri stays in the 6 visit range. So what it would mean is Darren Johnson has to up his game now, find that treble. It's just making sure that he's not making the silly mistakes, converting these kind of actions into 140s instead of just using tons. And he's done that perfectly well there.
We're just going to take a little bit of a breather away from the Super Series action right now, just to bring you some results from the PDC, because today they're having a couple of qualifiers for European Tour events in Kiel at the Baltic Sea Darts Open in a couple of weeks. The qualifier for that one has been completed. They will subsequently have qualifiers for the Flanders Darts Open at the end of August. But these are the names through to the Baltic Sea Darts Open via the qualifier today. Justin Hood, who is a former weekly champion here. Sebastian Białecki, who was a former weekly champion here, alongside the likes of Krzysztof Ratajski, Ryan Meikle, Andy Bartons, Martin Lukman, Titus Kanik of Poland, the 3rd Polish qualifier today. Callan Rids, Mensur Sulevic, and Ian White, who took out Mickey Mansell in his last game with 103 average. They are all going to northern Germany in 2 weeks' time. Well done to all of those gentlemen. I'm sure it's a dream someday of this man 41. At some point to maybe grace the PDC Pro Tour. But that's not everybody's journey.
And that's true. And that's okay as well. Because you look at it and everybody's like, I want to be a pro. Pro life is hard and people don't actually understand it. If you're making these qualifiers, getting invited to Modus, it doesn't disrupt your life completely. When you're a pro tour player, expect complete change.
140. Donnacar 74.
Everything changes when you're in the 128. Bullseye missed.
40. Peter Carr 86.
And 86 for Wachiuri. They take a 2-0 lead in this game. Apologies for the loss of graphic. Oh, it's 7-7.
72.
Misses out, so DJ comes back for 34. Straight forward, and right in the corner.
Karen Johnson.
Gets himself equalised at 1 leg all.
Third leg Peter to through first. Game on.
And that was a good chance for Peter to extend his lead. But you're not going to hit those doubles every time, are you, Devon? You've got to take the rough with the smooth.
55.
Exactly. And I think that with Darren there, I mean, we've seen him there taking out an 18 darter. So he's essentially changed his game and upped it a bit.
77.
Which is exactly where he needs to be. Because 20 darts, certainly Pete is going to have a shot, which he did have a poke at the double. You know that if you in that 18 dart range, it just takes a few
81.
darts to get you back to a 92 and a 96.
Here's a question for you, Devon, because you spent a great deal of time in Yorkshire in the last decade, maybe a little bit longer than that.
45.
What would it do for Peter's game if he were to spend a year in Yorkshire? Because it's one of the strongest areas for local darts in the world. What would it do for his game, do you think?
58.
I think it predominantly just playing all of the events, and that's firstly the on a weekend through the leagues. They have the ADC
46
events as well, and everybody obviously going to them, which is a massive opportunity for him. I think that more top quality events, and when I say top quality, I mean
95.
players. I'm not saying that Kenya doesn't have, but there's a handful that compete against Peter Wachiuri, and that would also be finding himself in the last 16 or quarterfinals with his 8 or 16
59.
players. When you look at, for example, playing in Yorkshire, you'll come up against the likes of, for example, Darren Johnson and all the other top talents. Tom Sykes also
81.
obviously plays around in that area there. Derek Lumley. All of these solid players, and you almost understand that exposing yourself to top quality, your game just kind of goes to another level.
Yep, that's exactly what happens. It's not 34 left, it's 134 left. But Wachiuri did have a chance at something slightly smaller.
91.
He leaves himself very well positioned. This one is not going to end on double 17.
$94.
But is it going to end on
40.
tops? And for who?
Getting shown the
The
third
how
leg,
and the
Peter
who
Wachiuri.
have been found. And Wachiuri takes that 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg Darren to through first. Game on.
You feel as though this is a comfortable pace for Wachiuri, though. And Darren Johnson has to almost find a new gear. Because he's not... I think you mentioned it. He wasn't happy about his game yesterday. And he needed to step up today because obviously today's moving day. But with those 2 losses early on...
100.
That's now put him almost behind the 8 ball. And put some more pressure on him. And now Peter Wachiuri, I mean, this leg itself now is the leg.
Just to paint a bit of an illustration here. To try and figure out what it feels like when you're under pressure in this situation as you are starting
83
to run out of games. Just imagine you're playing in an empty room. That room is all one colour and it's all white. because it's nice and bright on the
140.
stage. So let's say you're in a white, empty room with a dartboard and you're playing on there and you've got 5 games. You play your first game and you lose. All of a sudden, that room gets
45.
a little smaller on all sides. If you lose your second game, that room gets a little smaller again. And you start to feel just a tiny bit more claustrophobic. If you lose again,
95.
it gets smaller once again. Basically put, if you find yourself playing your last game, it's like playing in a very, very small room where the walls are very close.
38. Darren Car
The
70.
more uncomfortable you are, the more is asked of you. And if you can be okay with that, you will survive.
50.
That is a great analogy. I've actually never looked at it like that. Puts it in clear view. And the perspective is...
85. Darren
there's no
Car
perspective,
20.
actually.
And it's
very
every
clear.
single wall as well. It's the floor, it's the ceiling, it's the 4 walls around you. Everything's closing in. You don't panic. You just think, okay, it's fine. I'll still survive.
Game
And
show
Darren is surviving at
Johnson.
2-2. The most popular scoreline after 4 legs today.
Fifth leg Peter to throw first. Game on.
This is why you play the game, because of the battles you can have. If you think you're going to stroll into this sport, roll over everybody and have a bit of a lovely time, well, think again. It's not that easy. People love this sport
98.
because they like the battle.
It's a warrior sport, though. But just nobody dies.
Can you
98.
imagine if they'd had darts in ancient Rome in the Colosseum, albeit they'd probably need a roof on the place? I can imagine an Ali-Pali atmosphere at the Colosseum
43.
in Rome. See, for some reason now I've got thousands of people in ancient Roman regalia singing Chase the Sun.
59.
Well, there's a thing for AI. Can somebody make that happen? That would be fun.
But I think we have, and that's what you said. I mean, the Ali Pali is our Colosseum, and it is like 2 kind of gladiators going head to head, 3 darts
45.
in hand. So it would almost be like the weapon of choice. And then wanting to wield that weapon and land the death blow on the
45.
last finish.
I think DJ is starting to understand that today is not going very well. And you have, at that point, 2 choices. 1, you can get angry. Or 2, you can laugh or smile. He chose the non-angry route,
26.
which I think is the right thing to do.
What
139.
a shot. And great board management there, knowing that he had to go 19s first. But now Peter Wachiuri's throw is under threat here, and this would put him in
60.
some spots of
Car
bother.
160.
Because what would happen is we will move back in the entire, except for the last 2 spaces or places, the entire league table,
100.
1 to 4, will just reset after 7, 8 games.
I keep looking at our Danish player friend in this table thinking he is definitely not out of this.
59.
He's got Ronan
Dominic
McDonagh in
60.
game 9. If he can beat him, my word, he is very much in the fold. He started the day in 6th position. Double top, looking for the sandwich.
20.
And doesn't get the filling.
Peter Car 170.
Can Peter Wachiuri put the big fish on that sandwich? Not going to be the shot, but he can pressure it. Just gone slightly a bit wayward. And I think
54.
that comes with
Darren Car 40.
his technique, though. That little screw, and because when it's not on his side,
20.
Dan Johnson missing the
Car
opportunity. And
116.
116 now. Dan Johnson has taken 116 out, and Peter Wachiuri has ended his previous game on a ton-plus checkout of 110 against Ronan. Just messes up opportunity there. Still missing,
55.
and he just smiles. And you're always going to get a smile, whether it's win or lose for Wachiuri. But an important double 10 here for a breaker throw. Darren Johnson chasing doubles now. He found this 3 times in a row. Double 5 has rescued him on the last dart as well.
6-leg Darren to
Breaker
first.
throw.
Game on.
Darren Johnson to lead. And this could create a spark, a resurgence.
It may just do that. Sometimes you've got to win a scrappy leg just to get the motor running. It's the first time he's led a game
100
since that break in game 2, which really did have an effect on DJ. He was 3-1 up on Teehan. He wouldn't win another leg.
$134. $24.
Anything is possible in this table today. Nothing is out of the question. The more I think about it, the more I am magnetized to the fact that the unexpected will happen.
55.
A little bit of frustration there for the first time from Peter Wachiuri. He's just not... The last 2 legs... He's just not found anything. And Daz Johnson stepping up to the plate, and he's been an experienced campaigner in the sport and knows exactly that Peter Wachiuri is under some pressure, and all he just needs to do is stay straight. And as easy as that sounds, that's all part and parcel of quieting the mind. And sometimes the experience topples talent.
We've spoken a lot about how much of an effect Peter's had
45.
on African darts since coming here and obviously being in that World Championship qualifier, but I don't think we should forget about the fact that Hilton Klein from Botswana was here, and he had a fabulous Group C
95.
after a tumultuous Group A campaign here last year. And his action is actually not that different to Peter Wachiuri.
81. Peter Carr,
Very much folding the dart in the hand and then thrusting it forward like a knife. It works. It works very well.
97.
If this works,
111.
Wachiuri will stay on 8 points and his leg difference will suffer. Still treble 20.
55.
Now this
Peter
is a
Carr,
big
60.
opportunity for Peter Wachiuri now. A single 20 will leave 2 darts in hand. First dart perfectly placed. Oh, he's missed that a few times. And double 10 now to save his skin.
50.
He's got
Darren
it
Carr,
every single
56.
time. So Darren Johnson here with an opportunity to win.
To start round 3 with a victory. His first victory of the day. He knows how big this dart is. It's monstrous.
Game shot of the
it
match.
keeps
Darren
him in
Johnson.
play. He's about to go to 8 points. And Peter Wachiuri is going to stay there. Why is everything going the way of Ronan McDonagh? He's had a bit of an up and down day, but he's not been off the top spot so far today. Friends on the hockey, and they will be for the rest of the day because they don't have to play each other anymore. Not one of those games you're going to remember for the averages, but it is a 4-2 win for DJ.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie,
Time
you
on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie,
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Halfway point of the day, and welcome back to this ever intriguing table, which still, believe it or not, has 5, if not 6 people still in the fold. Now, Jonathan Platt is on 4 points at the foot of the table.
First leg,
He's
Jonathan,
got 3
you through
games
first.
left. He can get to 10 points. Strangely, he's not out of it yet. It's very unlikely, but everybody's still alive coming into game 8 on day 2.
64.
But if you take a Kieran Teehan win in this game, Platt is gone, and Teehan will be on 10
85.
points with McDonagh. He would have the game in hand against Ivan Springborg Poulsen, who is still very much part of this table here today. But trying to
36.
decipher what's happening in this table is like trying to figure out what temperature it is on Venus.
It's easy. Just Google it.
140.
But yeah, exactly like you're saying. I mean, we spoke about earlier the first game, Jonathan Platt versus Ivan Springborg, and that set the tone for the day.
41.
Now, Ivan beating Peter Wachiuri as well. Just put him in the entire mix.
140.
This is a great opportunity, and if Teehan can set up a 4-0 victory here, it will put him leg difference greater, and that will be his biggest advantage. Not only the points, but it will almost
100.
be as if he's won
136.
two matches instead of just the one. So he would be leading the group by, or in regard to it, he'd be leading the
58.
table by 4 points instead of just 2.
Teehan didn't play anywhere near his best in his previous game, which was a loss
100.
against his
Teehan 78.
Irish counterpart, Ronan McDonagh. Lost by 4 legs to 2, which is a very popular result today. And that has not gone to plan.
63. Jonathan Carr,
At all.
160.
3 darts, 3 misses, and he leaves himself on 15.
100.
What a
Kilometer
last start there
15.
from Platt. And 15. He's probably going to go, he's going to have to go 7. He might definitely find the double 4. Not at all. So double 2,
13.
chasing it down. And
Jonathan Carr, 60.
a game that was, you almost expected Teehan to win. Platt cannot believe his luck.
Getting shot
And
on the
he
first leg,
wins the
Jonathan Platt.
match. He wins the leg with a 20 darter.
Second leg here into third first. Game on.
He's being the smart cookie on the stage, taking up a towel, and every time he feels a bit too much perspiration, he gives himself a wipe down. It's the right thing to do.
60.
It's not his first rodeo. He's played many tournaments over the last couple of decades as Jonathan Platt. He actually played PDC darts about 20 years ago with his brother David, who would then emigrate to Australia.
24.
I don't think you were here the last time he was playing. Were you, Devon?
Nope.
93.
I'll do you a favour. I'll dig into his past and I will give you some of the games that he's played. He hasn't played many in PDC darts because he dabbled
43.
when they still had UK Open qualifiers and they were starting the Players' Championship circuit back then.
125.
But we'll focus on this for a couple of legs. Yeah, very much focusing on scores like that. Scores that will put Kieran under pressure.
59.
Kieran will be kicking himself with the opportunity to break the Platt throw before this. 6 darts on 64 and certainly just wasting all of his hard work that he's done
100.
early on. And Jonathan just
64.
stepped up and vacuumed up that leg. Quite close, but Kieran Teehan, the first to a finish. And you want to stay there.
100.
A ton. He's back on 64. But what can Jonathan Platt do? You feel as though a 2 treble year will certainly put some pressure on Kieran.
100. Kiruka, 64.
He's in the mix. Jonathan is in the mix. Kieran will feel him blowing down the neck.
Getting shot on the
But he
second
does
leg,
not
Kieran Teehan.
mess around this time with the 64 of the second time of asking and dispatching
Jonathan
it
did
with the first
Game on.
dart when asking. And that's what you want to see from Kieran, though.
I'm starting to think this Group C this week
100
is like having 6 ingredients in your cupboard. You put a little bit of everything in the bowl. And we're still trying to figure out what it is.
Depends on what you're
55.
putting in the bowl.
Exactly. Well, I did promise you something. Jonathan Platt has played in 3 PDC tournaments. He played a UK Open qualifier in
83.
2006. He played 1 Players' Championship in 2005 and 1 Players' Championship in Dublin in 2004. Now, that one in Dublin, the first one he ever played, first round he drew
58.
Philip Taylor. Ouch. Yeah, he lost that game. No surprise there. So a year later, he goes to Newport to play in another Players'
45.
Championship. He draws Dennis Ovens. That was when Dennis Ovens was starting to win a lot of PDC titles. And Dennis would win 3-0. Now, this twigged a bit of a memory
100.
for me. I wanted to bring this up for you, Devon, because in 2006, the last time that Jonathan did grace the PDC Pro Tour, before there was a tour card system, Jonathan lost
22.
in a prelim game to James Barton. Do you remember James?
Odd job, yeah.
Yeah. Sadly no longer with us. He's a best friend of Joe Cullen.
Back in the day, yeah. I mean, he was one of the,
140.
that was early on Joe Cullen's roommate as well.
Absolutely.
Big Bradford fan as well, and sorely missed in the Bradford and just the Bradford area specifically in the darting circles
81.
and community.
Kiruka,
and-
148.
Yeah, he was a good lad, James.
yeah. Insane.
Oh, hello.
120.
Oh, the same two trebles, if you please, from Jono would give him a shot at the big tuna.
Not going to go for the
60.
deadliest catch, but...
General car 28.
That's a good way of putting it. Call the 170 the deadliest catch.
Getting shot on the third leg.
I'm sure the Discovery Channel have got something to say about that. Anyway, moving on, it's 2-1 to Kieran Teehan.
Fourth leg here. First.
Oh, I love a bit of synchronised water drinking. I give them a 5.7.
It's an Olympic sport now, mate. Just like darts is trying to be an Olympic sport. With all that H2O consumed, maintaining the hydration levels on the stage as it is a
45.
scorch outside and it's a scorch on the stage.
Now, this is the kind of performance that garnered points for Teehan yesterday. Low 80s average.
96.
Decent doubling. And he's starting to come up against players that he had joy against yesterday. He won his first 3 games, lost his last 2. So if he does the double over Platt, if he does the double over Ivan Springborg Poulsen,
120.
and does the double over Peter Wachiuri, things are looking good for the tall lad from Cork.
You almost feel as though it's in his hands, and if he just follows through and it's games that he's capable of winning as well. That's the perfect position to be in, but you feel as though it's
100.
Jonathan just has another chapter to put into the story. Tina's going to have to perform
59.
a bit better, because when you look at just Jono's scoring, I mean, we've seen his opening leg was a perfect 7, and since then it's not been the same
51.
standard. Obviously, because if he was playing that same standard all through the day, he would be finding himself at near the top of the league. But you do know that he possesses that quality of scoring, which makes him a dangerous player regardless.
Well, he's just done something that, if I may be respectful
84.
to the players that do it, it grinds my gears a little bit. You've got 134 left. You've hit treble 20. What are you looking at the scoreboard for? You know what you've got left. Stay in rhythm. This is what world-class players do. They know what they've got.
50.
They know exactly what they do next, regardless of what the first start is. It is double 10.
30.
He wasn't looking at the scoreboard there, was he?
45.
He might be now, because he could be 3-1 down. Double 16.
Getting shown the
And
fourth leg.
top bins of double 16 has served him very well in this game. Is he about to recover once again to put Platt in the Super Series basket?
Platt chewing a lot more aggressively now on that gum that he has, and probably because he's annoyed as well. And you can tell it takes over into the next leg, and he's still shaking his head. And that's something that lingers, though. I think it's just the heat, it's everything. And when it's going
85.
good, it's okay. You kind of almost forget that it's happening. When it's going bad for you, everything just agitates you.
There are certain actions when you are feeling certain pressures that
140.
other people will see before you even feel them. Some people in this sport may have met an individual called Richie Gardner and his son Charlie, who actually does a great job with the PDC these days. Fabulous guy, Charlie. But if you see them side by side, father and son, it's like watching a couple of goats, because they are the most animated
100.
gum chewers I've ever seen. That's good for your saliva. Good dental
46.
health. Killing two birds with one stone. Crushing the pressure and keeping your teeth nice and clean.
100.
I think that stem ring on dart 3 is very obsolete now. It's been pushed almost halfway down the stem.
Yeah, he was trying to get it out. You could tell just at the back of the stage, quite frantically
84.
trying to pull it up, but it's
Jonathan
probably
Carr,
just wedged.
133.
That's why we play with the likes of Condor Axe Flights, all-in-ones. Windmill has it, Target has it, Shot, Unicorn. And that's the new movement.
93.
It's the all-in-one flight, so that you don't have the Robin Hoods and all of the rest, as Teehan has a Target K Flex there.
44. Jonathan Carr,
And really
40.
popular.
Yeah, he hasn't used them for very long. He used to have a foldable flight
Getting
in.
shot on the fifth leg, Jonathan Platt.
And Jonathan hasn't folded yet. Are we looking at another 4-2
Six leg
here?
kid into third first. Game on.
There's only been 1-4-3 for the day, and the rest of it has all been 4-2.
Correct. 6-4-2 scorelines
26.
and 1-4-3. This is one of those days where you can actually have a little bit of a wager on whether there will be 6 or 7 legs in a game. And remember,
95.
everybody having a flutter today, it is over 18s only. Gamble responsibly and gambleaware.org for all of the information you need on responsible gambling.
137.
I've just looked at this shirt that he's
85.
wearing. He's got 2 words written all over it.
It's I've used that before as well, and he's got the image of the product on the back of
77.
his shirt as well. It's a nice little billboard.
I'm not entirely sure that's allowed.
Probably not, but it's there, and it's Friday.
60.
He's probably said, that's my nickname.
What?
I'm not Platty. That's actually my nickname. I am the treble trainer.
Captain Treble Trainer. Love it though.
In his neck of the woods, I'll be Captain Treble
140.
Trainer.
And as we see it there, really, really good. It's actually the rhythm. That is what his name is there.
60.
The rhythm.
Getting a car, 121.
Jono the Rhythm Platt.
Yeah, that's a cool nickname.
The Rhythm. You want to be starting something.
53.
There's a good song called Slave to the Rhythm. That's a beautiful track. That's an old track. That's at least 30 years old. Showing my age now. Well, Platty is a bit more senior than us.
Getting a car, 68.
But he is not out of this game yet unless Teehan fancies another 4-2. Double 4.
66.
Oh, it's nowhere
Jonathan
near.
Carr, 61.
Are we going to get this second 4-3? Oh, that wasn't part of the plan. Just about.
41.
But not
Jonathan Carr,
in tops. High Tower from Cork. That's Kieran Teehan looking at not quite tops. Oh, he gets a samurai dart
Jonathan Carr, 20.
hovering in the air like a samurai sword. That's nowhere near what he required.
No score.
He gets
Jonathan
another
Carr,
chance.
2.
2 points for 2 points. That's what's in front of him. It is right on the nose.
No score.
But it
Jonathan
isn't
Carr,
there.
20.
Jonathan Platt now needs to step up, focus, take us to a 3-all. This will go inside. Now, double 5 needs to reset, and I feel like the body alignment, needs to be steady. Has not found it.
Get in your car too.
Both are left at the top of the board, either side of tops. Platt's minuscule chances of qualification are dying.
Getting shown the match, Kieran Teehan.
He can't believe he's just won the match that way, but Mr. Teehan, take that out of the board and run. Because he is still in with a great chance of qualifying. He's done the double over Platt, and Jonathan's second tilt at a weekly title is gone. 4-2 to Teehan, and now it's game number 9 with Ivan against Ronan. A very warm welcome back to Portsmouth here at the Modus Super Series. Just before our interview, Kieran Teehan was giving us a 7th 4-2 scoreline.
Game on.
Everything is going 6 legs or more in every game we play today. But Ronan McDonagh is the gatekeeper in Group C. He has not been overtaken at any point today by anyone.
100.
And if he wins this game to end round 3 for Friday, it's not Wednesday anymore.
100.
He will be 2 points ahead of second place Kieran Teehan and vitally 4 points ahead
59.
of Darren Johnson and Peter Wachiuri. This is a superb opportunity to get that breathing space that he might desperately need to make his second consecutive Saturday
140.
in Portsmouth. His remaining fixtures are against Darren Johnson and Jonathan Platt.
121.
But Springborg Poulsen today, he knew he had to win all of his games. That
100.
hasn't changed. A win for him would get him very close to the top 3, and alongside Johnson and Wachiuri, who have had a couple of wobbles today already.
It's all about Ivan's
54.
Springborg to change everything.
61.
And then, so there's a lot of twists in the tail here, and we could see a big 10+ finish.
136.
Misses the bullseye there and puts the Ronan throw under pressure immediately. He's going to have to respond, and he's not. So 25 to break the throw early. And this could be a 14 or 15 darter here for Ivan.
9.
Just messes with 2 darts. 1, 2, 3 left for Ronan, and this game has sprung into real action early on.
97. Abdukar 16.
Okay. Leave double 13 if you will. Doesn't make any difference.
Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
Now, interestingly, when Ivan was looking at double 8, he was in his natural position, but when he went for double 4, he went left. That's curious. Some people would think, well, why would you do that? Double 4 is actually further to the right-hand side.
31.
It's all about how you feel comfortable when looking at the board. It's about eye dominance, and it's about tendencies.
100.
We've seen plenty of people this week, and in previous times, moving left on right-handed doubles. James Richardson is famous for always
41.
stepping left on double 10.
Which makes no sense at all, and that's just James Richardson.
46.
But this game, yeah, I feel as though Ivan could... It's not going to be a shock, but they... I mean, you're just seeing tendencies of the first... When Ronan played against Peter Wachiuri, it was that extra prod, and if it doesn't land in the treble, it becomes a wasteful. But that one there, really impactful. But even Springborg, yeah.
59.
Good spring one on Ronan.
5th game of the week. Could be their last.
85.
Either way, Ronan will command a lead in the head-to-head record overall. He currently has a 3-1 lead.
100. Ronukar 130.
This might be the most important one of the lot, given the context of where we are right now.
42. Ivanukar
He's had some
130.
Tum Plus checkouts this week. As Ivan Springborg Poulsen, he's actually had about as many Tum Plus checkouts as he has had maximums.
28. Ronukar 88.
That's not a great 28. But when is a 28 ever great? This year, you feel as though every
32.
time it comes in, there's a shake of a head. And he's not having his poker face on. That's giving Ivan some confidence, knowing his opponent is not comfortable. Not going to be finished.
45.
But he does leave it handy. So
Ronukar
56 plays 57. But Ronan is first to the Yoki.
Tops.
16.
Well, surely he was going for the marker, and if he was, he's pulled it. That's not pulled, and it's 2-0 to the Danish player. Is he about to pull off some sort of crazy act of escapology akin to his nickname? Move over, Harry Houdini. Enter Abracadabra. Just a different way of saying abracadabra.
No, I picked it up. Absolutely. It's the uniqueness of Paul Nicholson, ladies and gentlemen. He's been here all week. And Ronan as well now. And just like magic, He chucks in a 180.
You got a favourite magician, Devon?
David Blaine.
Ditto. Guy is astonishing.
140.
Yeah, just what they do and just how he's done it over the years. He's captured the imagination. I mean, you watch
60. Rolling car 123.
Dynamo as well. He's from our neck of the woods. Another great magician as well.
I can't believe that once David Blaine did a card trick and then asked someone for their engraved wedding ring and said, "Can I just do something with this?"
100.
He dropped it down a drain and then it was found in a bottle about 20 paces away. How do you do that?
The man is crazy.
41.
I know all these things are, it's just great stagecraft is what it is.
That's why you like wrestling as well, because it is that.
Entertainment.
That's what it is.
40.
That's why we watch Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV. And I'm not going to do the Henry Deacon at all.
Now, what was he doing there on the table? Was he getting a bit of extra grip, maybe? He hasn't got a grip on this leg, and
no score.
That was the right thing to do. Go back to tops. Forget about that visit completely. I just wonder if Ivan's got some
59.
grip
Ronan
dust.
40.
Or maybe he's got a grip blanket.
Finish on the third leg, Ronan McDonagh.
Sarcastically celebrating that double tops there.
Fourth leg, Ivan to throw first. Game on.
Ivan now finding, or needing to find, some trebles. Yeah, and he could upset
64.
the old apple cart as we see his little chalk in a bag.
It's either that or it's something along the lines of what Doug Boehm uses from the United States. It's a product where you rub your fingers on it and all of the perspiration is just completely withdrawn. Very clever stuff.
23.
It's amazing.
It is amazing what actually transpires
100
on stages like this, because there are products used in certain
60.
hobbies or sports that were meant for very different purposes. A bit like the wax they use in surfing.
91.
Yeah, that was invented for a very different reason.
60. Ivan to car 66.
66 for a 3-1 lead.
26.
Oh, it was right on line. He's got plenty of time left.
I feel as though this
140.
is slipping slightly, and that sarcastic celebration there. Ooh, that's a little slip. Maybe he's got some.
Getting shown the fourth leg. Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
Surfboard wax. But now, will he go back? He's going
Fifth
back.
leg rolling to third first. Game on.
Is he gonna? He's not gonna add any more grip onto it. But you feel as though Ronan
60.
making him. I almost feel this way, right? If you show too much emotion on the stage when you are struggling,
100.
It has a double negative, because you confirming that you are struggling with yourself, and then you giving that to your opponent as well.
And his opponent is very wily. He's been around the block a few times, playing different countries
55.
on the Nordic and Baltic circuit. Iceland, Denmark, Sweden.
100.
And he will recognise that he is not out of this yet.
95.
A win by 4 legs to 1 would elevate him to 8 points and a leg difference of -1, which is exactly where Peter Wachiuri is right now.
140.
And at the end of this game, they've all played the same amount of matches.
100. Ronica 101.
Might have to hit this. Let's find out. Double 12.
77. Ivan Car 151.
It's a big chance.
59. Ronuka 24.
You would expect Ronan to take this. And he should.
Gains
And he
on the
does.
fifth leg, Ronan McDonagh.
It could be another 4-2.
Imagine.
Sixth
the
leg, Ivan
scenes.
to first. Game on.
I haven't seen this many 4-2s since I played the 1966 World Cup final on repeat for a year.
41.
It was 4-2 to England against West Germany. Maybe the most popular
60.
football result in English history.
Well, Liverpool last year, mate. Most successful club in the world. I mean, in England, sorry.
100.
But it is the world, anyways. But back to the action. 4-2, 4-2. And if Ivan gets 4-2, that would really put the cat amongst the pigeons, though, because
100.
the last couple of games that we do have do include Ronan and Darren Johnson. It includes Peter Wachiuri and
100.
Kieran Teehan. And that is... There's a lot of games still to be played, and it's not decided yet.
100.
One of the best things about this game is that Ronan's action looks a lot smoother. Let's dispense with the permutations in the table and the match
41.
for just a moment, because we don't want to see anybody struggling with their release. But it does look better from McDonagh. He's obviously working very,
85.
very hard to deliver every visit the best he possibly can. I wouldn't be surprised at the end of this session if he's got a headache. Because if you're
69.
constantly thinking
Ronuka
and working hard, the one place in your body that's going to take the brunt of it, it is the grey matter between the ears.
100. Ivan 150.
This to change his fortunes.
Why didn't he stay on the 60?
94. Ronuka 56.
Both on 56. One
16.
person can't take it.
Ivan 56.
And if the other one does, all hell will break loose in Portsmouth. Well, who thought this was going to happen? We've now got so many players congested in this table that we've got absolutely no idea, with 6 games to go, who are going to be the top 2.
Charlie McGuire 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
And the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Hello and welcome back to the Modus Super Series. And at this point, usually with 2 rounds to play on a Friday afternoon, we have
First like Jonathan to
a
throw
little bit of
first.
transparency. Well, I hate to shatter your confidence, everyone watching live on Pluto TV, because this situation is about as transparent as a pair of shades that have been painted
22.
with very, very dark paint. Myself and Devon Peterson are looking at the table right now and thinking that anybody from 1st to 5th can still qualify.
95.
8 points for Springborg Poulsen. He's undefeated today, and he started in last position. Peter Wachiuri playing in this game against Platt, who is eliminated
26.
now. He cannot make the top 2. But everybody else has still got a chance. So if Wachiuri can win this game and his next one against Teehan,
140.
he will stand a chance. It is not in his hands at this time.
So you say there's a chance. But I think
97.
Ivan, like you said, player of the day so far, and coming from 6th, it's almost the turtle and the hare story. Just taking your time slowly. Now finding himself in a great
45.
position. 4 back. Peter Wachiuri missing out on early opportunities. Game against Darren Johnson.
60.
And Arona not finding his throw. Having a bit more. Having 1 or 2 more prods more than needed. But Peter Wachiuri, the hopes of Africa on his shoulders. Hopes of
137.
Kenya. And everybody back home watching. We will see you in September. The African Darts Group comes to you. The World Championship qualifier is back in Kenya this year.
95. Peter Carr,
1 spot
84.
available.
Only 1.
Just like last year. Doesn't have to go bull.
44.
And he didn't. Very well played, Peter. Now, he's got this game against the throw. He's got the darts in game 14, but there's going to be a lot of water going under the bridge post this game.
177. Peter Carr, 40.
And that is a great shot. Putting Wachiuri under severe pressure, which he feels none of. Beautifully executed.
Pressure is for tyres, mate.
Second leg Peter to throw first. Game on.
Peter Wachiuri, though, just has this almost just the water like just rolls off the back of a duck. It's just that, like, next game, ready. And you almost know that kind of demeanor, especially on the hockey, players can't read that. Like, what is he feeling? How is he? You don't know if you got him under the cosh, if he's
100.
stressing any of those elements. He's just slow and just mindful.
We were chatting with him earlier on today, and he was referencing the fact that he didn't really have any darting heroes growing up because
140.
why would he? He didn't watch television. He didn't have access to footage of Eric Bristow, Phil Taylor, Raymond van Barneveld, these kind of players. or even some of the newer guys.
One of them, 40.
He took up darts because it looked like fun. And, I'm pretty good at this. And it's a refreshing story, which will be told in its entirety via our Tungsten Talk series
100.
in due course. So, with that added to the mixing pot, playing in front of cameras, from his perspective, it
60.
doesn't really change anything, does it?
Yeah, because there's no expectation. There's nothing else. I mean, the first time he came over to Modus, it was like, I didn't know that I could travel to England to play. And
95.
the first time when we came to Kenya, we built a similar stage setup. So it would have been the first time he played on a stage in his entire career, which is
100.
and also
Peter
the flights that he have
28.
is handmade, and look at the darts and all of these things. And so he's a true kind of darting purist, if you must. It's come from virtually not knowing
32.
the sport, and I think that's
101.
for a lot of South Africans as well, and Africans, because we only got my first experience with darts was from the family. And
61.
my
Peter
first
Carr,
kind of
96.
international experience was I got a VHS tape from some of the old games back in the day, and because you couldn't just watch it anywhere else.
Oh, he's done well there. 88.
88. Jonathan
That was
Carr,
a big
40.
opportunity. Just to consolidate the break of throw from leg one.
Getting shown the second leg,
He's missed
Jonathan
his
Platt.
chance, and Jonathan now is in full spoiler mode.
Third leg, Jonathan did through first.
I think
Game
people over the age of 35, they've all got their own tales to tell within darts. I think someone like Jono might even have the same stories. We used to grow up as kids.
7.
And pray for that day where the Red Dragon catalogue would drop on the mat. No internet. No dart shop. It was a case of mail order darts.
80.
That was your best way of getting any equipment. You would send something in the mail, tick a few boxes, send a check, and then you just wait for the equipment to fall through the letterbox. They were
121.
exciting times. And I can say hand on heart, what I used to do with my dad, just to make sure that I had enough flights for when I was throwing on a battered board, or even the times where I
100.
didn't even have a board, I had 3 planks of wood. We would make flights out of leftover playing cards. We'd cut them up and then fold them into each other and create our own flight shapes.
100.
This was in around about 1986, 1987.
I was just born that time. Incredible. I mean, stories in the sport itself, and then getting to where you are and what you've achieved in the sport. Now it started with the humble beginnings.
That's what we should do, We should take some of these
57.
younger dart
Peter
players
Carr,
like we're going to see tonight with Henry
136.
Coates and Charlie Manby. Give them a couple of bits of paper, set of scissors. Can you make a dart flight out of that bit of paper or that bit of card? I wonder if they can.
26.
It's pretty simple.
Yeah, it definitely is. There's only slits on it, innit? Just slits that you need to cut in.
But would they know that?
95.
Peter
Peter Carr,
could do with a lead.
110.
He could do with a break. He needs to get one at some point. He's already had one, but he couldn't consolidate it.
What
92.
a dart.
Jonathan Carr,
What a
121.
dart. Not the right dart, but what a dart as well, just to put the 1-1 under pressure. How much pressure, though?
89.
Does
Peter
pull
Carr,
it to the
18.
right, and double 18. Does he split it early on, or does it? He's hit it before in today.
Getting shown the third leg, pick to
Not even a
Wachiuri.
question. Just, I'll take this out, Devin, and just stop talking.
Apparently,
Fourth
only
leg, Peter
players
to
from the
first.
Southern Hemisphere
Game
like
on.
double nine. Because I only know of one player in the world that likes double nine. And that's Simon Whitlock.
That just says it all, mate. It's Simon Whitlock.
45.
It's crazy to do that, though. Double 9. Worst double on the board.
Yeah, it's up there, isn't it?
Oh, it's absolutely horrible.
Yeah, double seven's not great.
It's all right though. It's on the edge. It's
95.
at the bottom, but double 9 is like it's in the. It's just an uncomfortable position, especially for right-handers.
Yeah, we were talking yesterday about Kieran Teehan going for double 3.
140.
Imagine how little he can see of it from that angle. And his darts lie very upright anyway. Him hitting that is immensely unlikely.
140.
A little ricochet there, ricocheting it out of the treble. Just managing a 140 here, but this game is going back and forth. Peter Wachiuri needs the win. Jonathan Platt
83.
completely out of it. So he can still, he's just playing for pride and making sure that he's not just going to be rolled over and have his tummy tickled.
60.
The man they call the rhythm. Peter Wachiuri, yeah, with the big visit and set it up.
60.
Does not manage it.
Oh, Slave to the Rhythm was by Grace Jones. Of course it was. She was famous for that appearance in a James Bond movie back in the 1980s with Roger Moore.
55.
Did you just have a conversation with yourself?
I did. It happens a lot.
Like, I wasn't part of that. I'm sure that I didn't just fall asleep or blink or something. Grace
41.
Jones. Can you see?
Jonathan Carr 151.
Oh, nobody wants to hear that. We'll save that for when Henry's back on Saturday. He won't know that song. Platt, he knows the rhythm to a 1 and a 5 and a 1.
131.
But he forgot the last one.
Peter Carr 132.
Well, don't break out the champagne just yet. $57. Not found. At least he gave himself the best possible
Jonathan
chance.
Carr 20.
For 2-2. Again, the most popular scoreline after 4 legs here today.
15.
Maybe not
Peter
this
Carr
time.
28.
There's an opportunity here for Peter Wachiuri to hold through after John Platt scaring him, but not to be. Bust the score.
Jonathan
Double
Carr
3.
5.
5 needed now, so he's going to go 3-1-1. He needs to go over the top. Finds it with the second dart. And like Paul Nicholson says, the most famous scoreline today was 2-2 after 4 legs. Are we going to see another 4-2?
Maybe it's a sign that we're getting a lot of 2-2s today after 4 legs.
45.
Because one of the most famous African people of all time is called 2-2.
Desmond. Sir Desmond Tutu, yes. Nobel Peace
59.
Prize winner as well.
Anything but peaceful here in Portsmouth. This is carnage.
28.
It is a must-win game for Wachiuri because if he loses here, the best he can do is 10 points. I don't think that's going to be good enough.
66.
And I think that Peter Wachiuri is feeling a bit of it. But Jonathan Platt starting out with a 28 and only managing a ton. So Peter Wachiuri not completely out of it. But you feel as though he needs to start finding that first treble, which has evaded him.
96.
Nice 96 there for the last dart. This is Jonathan Platt's throw as well. So a break here would give Peter an opportunity
100.
to throw for the match. And it would be a 4-2 match as well.
Is he going to have the luxury of 3 visits from here? That's the question.
140.
Might only need 2. His more realistic route to success here is a 140, a ton, and a checkout.
58. Peter Carr, 140.
You wouldn't expect Jonathan Platt to hit that 170. Funnier things have happened.
Bigger fish has been caught.
45. Jonathan Carr,
45 is
170.
not great because 3 straight there would have left him 80, so would have guaranteed him a shot at a double without hitting a treble. But Jonathan Platt fell flat.
Jonathan goes splat.
Peter Carr, 95.
Sounds like a bad 80s movie, doesn't it? Well, that is 9. That leaves 86. What do you want to do? That will work. That won't.
70. Jonathan Carr, 83.
Finds himself on a very awkward number once again. Okay, that is 74. That is 32. This would be heartbreak for the Kenyan. Oh, and he's
58.
hit the 7 as well.
Peter Carr,
I
25.
think there might be a draft. Somebody shut the door.
All right, Laurie Grayson. Shut that door. Hit that double. Take that lead.
Like Peter Wachiuri.
Peter Wachiuri there with an important 25 and a breaker throw. And now he has the throw to continue the 4-2 scoreline for the day. And this would give Peter Wachiuri an opportunity now to get to 10 points.
55.
And then the Teehan match is an important one. And next up, we have Darren Johnson and Ronan. That's going to be as important as well. So
85.
You could potentially have 4 players on 10 points.
Now is the right time
96.
to look at what's possible and what Peter needs to happen. He needs to win this leg, in my opinion. If he does that, he goes to 10 points with an all-square leg difference.
54.
In fact, he would go to +1 if he wins this leg with 10 points. He really could use
50.
Well, actually, does he want Ronan McDonagh to lose? Or does he want Darren Johnson to lose? This is really confusing.
This is why I don't like going down permutations, because you would sit here all day going, if this happens, and then, yeah.
I think he's better off if Johnson beats McDonagh
42.
and they're both on 10 points with him. That way he's got 2 people to shoot for.
And then don't forget,
41.
Ivan as well can get to 10 points as well.
Welcome to the rabbit hole, Devon. It's pretty snug in here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be
140.
Oh, how good is that 140?
On the edge of your seat stuff.
Okay, you know Peter's game better than most. Is he going to go 18s first on 118?
Treble 20. Straight away.
100. Peter Carr, 118.
It'd be silly not to go treble 20.
Good man. Doing the right things at the right time.
78.
And that was so
Jonathan
close to
Carr,
the ideal
81.
shot. Needs a treble 18 now. Gets it. Double 12.
69. Peter Carr,
He's missed
40.
some key darts at double in this contest. He's missed 7 in total. And the darts are locked away. And they won't come out again until he plays his last match against Ronan McDonagh in Game 13, which could be critical to see if Ronan qualifies. As for that one, Wachiuri gets the points. It's time to see how Ronan gets on against Darren.
you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the bedlam known as Group C this week, because it really is. If we get a Darren Johnson win in this 11th game of the session and an Ivan Springborg Poulsen win against Teehan in game 12, going into the final round, there will be 5 players on 10 points.
First
Yes, you heard it right.
First. Game on.
And that is step 1 of Friday. Step 2 is this. If you like a lot of 4-2s on your biscuit, join our club. Because
100.
everything apart from one game today has been 4-2. That is 9 4-2 scorelines and 1 4-3. And, just to throw a little bit of extra sprinkle on the
100.
top, how about the fact that the last 5 games have all been 1 4-2 against the throw? So here we go again.
55.
This is obviously going to be 4-2, but who was going to win it?
It's as if the players have decided
60.
that the one that gets to 2 first, everybody gets to 2, and then we decide the game. That's a great strategy, great entertainment value.
80.
Dan Johnson experiencing a bounce out there, but Ronan needing this, and the amount of prods he's getting in this now is that's
100.
his rhythm. And when he does it like that, like just one prod, it's a solid throw. You want to see more of that? Darren Johnson's still reaching.
That's the right word for it. He is reaching. That muscle under his right arm is very much engaged. It's tense. He's having to push the throw. Look at him in the background. He's not letting this go. He still believes he can get into the top 2. He most definitely can. He can actually jump into the top 2 with the right kind of victory here.
81.
Guess what that victory is?
4-2. And for my next trick.
60.
If he was to win, he would snap that
29.
streak of 5 games that have been won against the throw. This is the right time to click into gear. 72 left.
Was that 12 or 20? It's not certain.
113.
Great setup, though. Great setup.
121.
Does he go 25? Yeah. Oh, no.
We know where he's going now.
96. Daniel Carr, 16.
That was not far away.
So rapid as well. Blink and you miss it.
Don't miss it. And he doesn't.
The first leg, Darren Johnson.
Oh, look, it's a 20 darter for Darren Johnson. It's his favourite number.
Second leg, Ronan to throw first. Game on.
I don't think this is his favourite group campaign he's ever had.
100.
Some of these group stages can be silky smooth. You can amble your way through. This is one of the most treacherous group situations I can ever remember.
And I'm glad to be sat here right next to you, enjoying the action.
48.
We should have the same time, same question every Friday afternoon. Who's going to go through? Usually at this point, we've got at least one person through.
100.
Nobody is through with 5 games to go.
Just imagine how frustrating it must be sitting at the back there. You've gone all day and you go, nobody's through yet. Just keep on playing, guys. Keep on playing.
Yeah, as of now, it's Friday at nearly 5 o'clock. Neil Duff is the only person in Saturday.
$60. Darren Carwood.
I haven't said that. Ronan hasn't been displaced from the top spot yet. Said the same thing about Adam Gavlas on Wednesday afternoon. He lost the top spot in the last match.
60. Ronan Carwood and 53.
That could happen today as well.
Double 18.
117. Darren Carwood.
It's becoming a bit of a thing, that isn't it? No one else is going to applaud you, no matter what you do at the Live Lounge on a Friday. So you might as well applaud yourself.
69.
I get the feeling that Roland's got a bit of a sense of humour. It might carry him forward in this pressure situation. It might help him. Double 9. That doesn't help.
Nobody doesn't. No one likes a double 9 anyways. Darren Johnson, yeah, another steal. Another opportunity. Down the line. He's going to have to step all the way across, almost into the players' lounge.
No score. Ronan Carr, 36.
Still does not get it.
I don't think he stepped enough to the right to open the angle.
Yeah, but then he's going to have to throw over Paul Hinks' shoulder, and that's not going to be okay, is it?
Yeah, that's not okay for Yorkshire either. Look at that face from DJ. It's like someone stole his gravy.
Gravy. Somebody stole his Yorkshire pudding. And he's not happy. He really wants it. And he knows exactly how important this game is. This is a do-or-die game for Darren as well.
Yeah, looking at the fixtures in the last round.
99.
We've got Wachiuri against Teehan. We've got Springborg Poulsen against DJ. And
78.
Platt against Ronan. So Ronan has got 2 of the next 3 games. He's the person who can set the total. He could be safe.
58.
Or not.
Correct. Emphasis on could.
125.
I'm not going to lie, the standard today hasn't been great. We've only had 12 180s?
100.
The doubles percentages have been fine. But what we've lacked in standard, we have made up for in drama.
Who doesn't like a little gripping stuff kind of darts? And even everybody down in South
25.
Africa as well. I got a message from a friend of ours called Brent Robertson, and he's watching with intent, questioning why I'm a 99 hater. And that is not the truth. It's not just me, it's the entire world,
100.
mate. But this drama, yeah, with scoring like that, you feel as though DJ now needs to find at least 2 trebles. He's got it. Will he stay there? Oh, he does stay there and it balances out. And you feel as though a switch should have happened, and maybe just like on 25 or something, just for board management.
82.
Oh, no, that 57 changes things. Does it change the angle of this match in leg 3? I think there was an
80.
argument for him to go to treble 18 again
62.
there until he double 11. But that's a very progressive player. Tops.
1 dot in hand.
42.
Not there.
14.
And that clap again sarcastically. Darren Johnson looking at sevens, and sevens are lucky. You did say that you didn't like a double 7. And now we are back at the scoreline. And now Ronan has to play the part and make it 2-all. And then we're back on a 4-2-er.
Yeah, there we go. It's all part of the script today.
60.
I feel as though DJ now finding his range at the perfect time. You can see he's not reaching anymore. It's not engaged. And you did make a perfect point there about that, the muscle under the rib cage that pulls it down, and just
100.
Kind of you lose touch and feel with the release. But these last couple of visits, DJ is finding the tune.
100.
At the right time.
There are 5 muscles that you really need to relax when you play darts. You've got the rhomboid, you've got the trapezius, you've got
100.
the lateral muscle, and then we're talking about the arm muscles as well, the bicep and the tricep. If you can keep all 5 relaxed, you'll throw well. But if one of them is too tense,
125.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't catch that, just rewind it and then Google those muscles and the parts that it engages, and you will feel
100.
that. It's an important part to improve on your throw, but also Paul Nicholson is a very well-versed man around the body area, but Darren Johnson is a well-versed man on the trebles and double, finding a ton-plus checkout. And that was a break of throw, and it puts him closer to 10 points, and the drama continues. And Ronan now in a small bit of bother, because his point difference will mean that he might just drop down on the table. And he won't be number 1 after this game
96.
Unless he makes it 4-2.
yeah, Kieran Teehan could actually jump Ronan McDonagh without throwing a dart. And he would have a game in hand against Ivan Springborg Poulsen next.
$55.
And added to that,
100.
if you think that's sparkly enough, how about the fact that Darren could jump from 4th to 1st?
140.
An excellent spot there from Devin Peterson, my co-commentator today and tonight, because we're going to be here from 10 o'clock with Group B, and that can't possibly be as dramatic as this. Or could it?
100.
Who needs Netflix? Just subscribe as Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Well, nobody has wanted number 10 this much since the last election. And I'm talking about points, not a door.
40.
Darren Johnson wanting to walk through the door and make sure he gets to the top and displace Ronan at this 30. Yeah. Oh, that's quite close. It's going to have to go across top corner right.
No
Does
shot.
not get it. So
Modus car
Darren
80.
Johnson has an opportunity to go to the top of the leaderboard. Not with that first.
Can't do it.
40. Roland car 30.
Roland's going to go straight for double 15 again. No hesitation. It's not good.
26.
Frustration is starting to boil over. And I'm not surprised. This is a big pressure cooker of a situation. DJ, what have you just done? You were 4th before that game. Let me just repeat that. He was 4th. Now, he's top. What's going on in Portsmouth? Do not leave us, because we've got no idea what's about to happen next, but we do know that Teehan's about to play Ivan Springborg Poulsen, who are both still part of this.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McDonagh.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the carnage that is Portsmouth and the Modus Super Series today. Drama of the highest order, which has overtaken the standard, because the standard hasn't been fantastic, but maybe the players are suffering from a little bit of game anxiety because of the mire that they're all in, apart from Jonathan Platt, who was eliminated a couple of rounds ago.
100.
But everybody else is still in this. However, if Kieran Teehan can win this game, he would eliminate his Danish opponent
100.
from the possibility of the biggest escape since Steve McQueen in a 1960s movie. I think it was 60s anyway.
85.
Perish the thought that maybe Ivan Springborg Poulsen was 6th overnight and he could finish in the top 2. But not if he loses this
45.
game.
We did kind of, the gauntlet was set for Springborg this morning or this afternoon and saying he has to win all of his games, number one, to put it in his favor. Then he needed all of the results to go his way. Might just be, isn't it his birthday or today or this weekend or something? Something he must have, I mean, there's magic in that abracadabra at some point. I mean, I've never seen anything
85.
like this. And depending on how the results go in the next couple of games, we could have kind of a shootout in 2 games, in 2 fixtures, for 2 spots in Group C.
Double top.
81. Ivan Dukar 116.
This is a chance to get the jump.
60.
He is hanging on with everything he's got left. This is game 24 of the week for Abracadabra.
Five. Ivan Dukar 56.
The door is still open, Ivan. He's not the tallest. The door doesn't have to be that big. There's the scooch. And there's the hit. And everything is coming off today. He's undefeated on 6 points. He's got the best leg difference for the day as well. That's not even close. But what has he got left? He's 63 years of age, playing his 24th game of the week. And he still looks fresh as a daisy.
I think it's in that chalk dust that he has there. That has some kind of magical spell that he just scatters over players' bags and stuff.
134.
And when he shakes them hands, because this is going to be something phenomenal. If he can make it through, I'm almost wanting him to make it through now, just for the story, because it's incredible. But Teehan can just change all of that with one swipe.
Do you know what's amazing? It's the fact that Kieran Teehan,
100
from 8 attempts, has only made 2 Saturdays. But on the Saturdays he's made, he's won them both. That's an amazing hit rate, isn't it? Oh, when I get there, I'll just win the thing. Forget about this group stage stuff in the semi-finals. I'll just lift the trophy.
That's how you want to do it. He doesn't have a full extension, though, considering his length of his arm and just his height, so he's not really using it. I think he might be scared. He might just touch the board in some sort of funny way, but yeah, I've always looked at his throw and just thought it's not complete, really. The release is great. Everything is great, but it's just not fully extended.
Yeah, that's true.
45. I
felt like the third one was.
Yeah.
But the second one was very short. Stay there.
82.
Kieran's got to get into this game. Springborg Poulsen's confidence is growing. Game on game. He might just start to believe that he can get out of this. Nice and high.
100.
That will do.
88.
Or will it? Well, you're not going to get a shot at anything with dart 3, and that is an error.
32. Kieran 40.
And now 40 for Kieran. I feel as though his finishing has been lackluster.
Getting shot in the second leg.
First start there. You almost... In the first game, when he played against Darren Johnson, and there was a break when he was 3-1 behind. There was glimpses of his brilliance again. And it just looked like he composed. And he still goes for the doubles, and I think it alludes to what you said. He didn't look assured going into matches and finishing games off, and players are picking up on that. So Ivan won't be stressing about it because he won't feel dominated. He feel like he missed an opportunity and he'll have another one.
85.
I think there is pressure on Teehan
45.
in this tight clustered situation because he's the one who has succeeded before. But that's succeeding on Saturdays.
40.
He hasn't made as many Saturdays as Darren Johnson has. That's what this whole thing is about right now. It's about getting through the Group C situation. It's not about Saturday yet.
96.
This is a debut in this tournament for the Dane.
85.
He's probably thinking right now, if this is what this is like all the time, this is a bit of a nerve shredder.
132.
Is he starting to find it a little bit more here? Because if he can win this game and beat Peter Wachiuri,
100.
it's going to be a very successful Friday for Kieran.
That's a great visit there with the last two darts getting the treble. 66, and Ivan now needing to find two trebles himself. Chasing
97.
around. Managing to turn the corner, but that 66 will mean that he could have either two darts or one. And his finishing percentage says that he doesn't hit it. But because it's a different approach,
46.
the stat
Ivan
is the
Akar,
stat.
94.
So Ivan Springborg, yeah, with a 94 and another breaker throw, goes the sensible route. This has to go. You've done it, mate. 19.
He's a good counter. He knows what he's doing. Surely he knows he's got the pull left.
53.
Maybe just a bit of tiredness, a little bit of
20.
pressure, making him think a little bit too much. 5-5 for Teehan.
No score.
No.
Ivan Akar, 41.
Oh, no, indeed. 1 out of 10 on the doubles. Double top.
Game shown the
And
third
that's
leg.
in.
Ivan Springborg Poulsen.
It is 3 consecutive breaks of throw.
Fourth leg Ivan to throw first. Game on.
It's a check-up percentage there that definitely cripples Teehan. 10% on his checkout success.
60.
And I think when you can't finish matches, and you know, when you're playing a player, you almost like know if he's on the finish, you're going to get a chance. So all you just need to do, if he's scoring brilliant, just be in that space. Because when
100.
you put him under pressure, he's going to give you a shot.
What do seagulls do next to the coast?
45.
They hover around the people with the chips. They don't expect them to drop them. But you're better off being close by in case they do.
57.
Just saying.
You were seagull on weekends.
No, but I have been the victim of a seagull. He nicked my sandwich.
99.
That was a very good sandwich too. You got to be hungry. But being hungry is one thing. Being in the right position and
60.
hungry is another.
Yeah, I think the Kieran Teehan throw, if you're breaking down that throw, when you're going for the finish, I think that's where it
24.
kind of slips. I can't even remember if that used to be his throw, though, or has it adapted to this?
It's always been a bit jabby. Even when he was on the tour and playing at World Championships at Ali Pali.
85.
It's a symptom of being so tall. Because he stoops into his stance. Because he doesn't want to be this tall and play darts.
99.
It's not as if he's going to have his fibias trimmed. sorry, his tibias and his fibulas. He's just got to tailor his stance to the height of the dartboard.
44.
So he's saying it's because he's tall, he's kind of, yeah, that just doesn't work, does it?
Yeah, he doesn't want to throw downwards, so he decreases his height by putting the weight into his right hip.
100.
And then stoops his right shoulder as well. And if he has a full extension, it's just going to be flying too flat.
$74 now for Ivan Springborg.
74.
And this will take us into a potential 3-1 lead here for Ivan. Misses the
34.
big number.
110.
110 for a Hail Mary for Kieran Teehan.
And 2-2. That one is way off target.
40. Avdikar 40.
What are we going to call Springborg Poulsen if he
Getting
gets
shot
out of
at
this
Ivan
with a
Springborg
win?
Poulsen.
Houdini is something you'd call him.
I
wonder if
first. Game on.
something is afoot when it comes to destiny. He hasn't got a clue if he's throwing first or not. It's second this time. We'll just let you know that. This will be a feeling he's never had before. Because when he woke up this morning, he's probably thinking,
65.
do you know what? Why don't we just go and enjoy this today? And a bit like a contestant on Bullseye, well, Jim, I've had a lovely day.
100.
Well, here's the thing. The other two teams, Ivan, they don't want to gamble. You might get your chance.
90.
You might get half a kitchen.
Look what you could have won. And
100.
now he's thinking, I'm going to go for the yacht. And Ivan Springborg is really throwing well.
I think you and I need to have a chat about
140.
the difference between a speedboat and a yacht.
To him, it would look like a yacht, though.
Oh, that's true.
Perspective.
You could use those flights as sails.
95.
This is a fantastic, fantastic game here. Great encounter, and you think Teehan here could tee it up, and he does, and that's a great 72 now. So Springborg needs to find 3 in the bed. 2 will do well.
100.
1 is okay. So 72, just based on stats on the finishing, Teehan could find a shot. The question is, no, he does not.
Oh, what a mistake.
What a time as well.
40.
The biggest finish of this game is 56. To almost double it. To stay in with a chance.
86.
That is a massive miss. The leg difference, it is a big thing. With the possibility of 5 players on 10 points going into the final round. Every leg is huge. And that leg has been won by Teehan. Darren Johnson is top.
To throw first. Game on.
If Teehan wins 2 more legs, he will be top.
49.
Could we end up in the last round with a perfect 10? 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
Yeah, this is really starting. This table is starting to look like the score sheet when Nadia Comaneci was at the Olympics in 1972.
What did she do?
Gymnastics. Perfect 10 performance.
Oh, wow.
I think it was the first ever.
It's a bit like your outfit today. It's a perfect 10. I like it.
Oh, you're too kind.
You can just tell there's a bit more power coming through the Teehan throw. And before he was floating it, and you know when you're playing in a game and you're kind of cautiously playing and
83.
not to lose, and you're trying to win. And when your opponent gets to that last leg and he just needs to win 1 more leg, that changes to I need to win, so I'm going to throw everything at it, and you start to throw like this. Why didn't you do this in the beginning, Teehan? Kieran, the man from Cork,
43.
has an opportunity here to go to top, but he's got it all to do. And Ivan Springborg, certainly a man in his way.
60.
The thing is, it's still in the hands of Teehan. He might be 3-2 down, but the destiny of getting through still in his hands. Maybe not for long.
100. Kirikar 141.
We have broken with tradition in the previous game because we had a 4-1 scoreline.
Darren Johnson, poor attempt there. He could have just at least made it 4-2, but Teehan there with an 81. Now 1-2-6 here for Ivan Springborg to keep the dream alive.
Couldn't take 106 to win the game.
62.
Might be reeled in.
Kirikar 60.
Could have won 4-1 if he'd hit tops on that ton plus checkout in leg 5. Double top. That is very big. We go the distance, and Teehan is hanging on with everything he's got. Look at that expression.
The final leg, Kieran to throw first.
A little mix of exhaustion and motivation.
Game on.
Since when do Irish dart players here at the Modus Super Series do anything easy? Heenahan, McGurk, O'Shea, Teehan, McDonagh, and the rest.
85.
This is screaming out to be the last leg for Ivan to kind of just show
60.
Not all of his ability, but that drama. 3-all, he needs the leg. Can he pull it off?
60.
So if Teehan wins this leg, he will knock his opponent out of the reckoning.
100.
But he still has his game with Darren Johnson in game 15. He could actually do a lot of damage to DJ when we get there.
80.
But it's not over yet.
140.
Everything he's got left went into that last dart.
It's time for Kieran to find his first dart, but not managing. And
59.
trebleless visits here will hurt him. So Ivan Springborg has 6 darts on a 201, but will he need all 6 is the question. He'll have to go 25.
97.
Stays within there. And 104, not bad shot. Kieran Teehan, yeah, needs to find the treble with the first. Finds it with the second and another follow-up there. 92 left. So this 104, slightly lower than the 106 that he missed. 2 darts to make it 10 legs. 10 points on the board. And they missed the ball there.
What's happened on the third dart? Please tell me he wasn't going double 19. Why? Oh, well, he gets a chance, but it should have been smaller than 78.
34. Ivor 78.
Teehan has missed his opportunity to win this game 4-3. Springborg Poulsen gets another chance to get the 2 points. It's double 10. And somehow he's gone and done it.
Springborg Poulsen.
The Great Escape is still on. We have 5 players on 10 points going into the final round. He can't believe it. We can't believe it. Everybody in this place is in a spin. Don't go anywhere because the final round is just around the corner.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Final round of play in Group C. It's week 6 in Series 11, and things don't get much tighter than this. Strap yourselves in for what could be a very dramatic 30 to 45 minutes. It
Let's
is
take Ronan just
extremely
first.
simple for Ronan
Game on.
McDonagh now. The man who's led this table the majority of the time since we started yesterday at 1 o'clock. He is now in 3rd place on the same amount of points as 4 other people.
140.
And if he loses this game to the already eliminated Jonathan Platt, Ronan is going to join him on the scrap heap. Because if that
83.
happens, the next 2 games would be shootout matches to see who goes through. It wouldn't be about like difference anymore. It would simply be about who wins those games. But this one is about Ronan trying to stay alive.
I can just tell by the way in which
100.
he's throwing, if it stays the same, he will be in a good space. Because he's finding that treble, like we said, the prodding is becoming a lot
140.
less, and he's just finding the smoothness. And this is the level that is expected to play. That dartitis or that elements that come into the game that bring him down, that was out. He would have been
121,
way ahead.
81.
But a lot of the players in this league table here are excited to see it.
41.
That'll do nicely. That's the kind of start you want in a game like this.
A nerve settler.
60. Ronan Carr, 40.
But it needs a full stop. Did the right thing there, did Ronan. Stepping off, resetting.
Game shown the second
And that
first leg.
is a wonderful
Ronan McDonagh.
13 darter under the circumstances.
Second leg, Jonathan to throw first. Game on.
There's a lot about his character that you can tell, like when he's against the wall, he can perform. And that's the signs of a great player.
41.
Regardless of what has happened today, saving the best for last.
85.
Must be a dessert kind of guy. Yeah, we'll get through the start of the fish course and the main course, but give me that ice cream.
140.
That's the rhythm. Jono. Platt coming through.
58.
You almost wait to see if it's going to creep back into his game. And I wonder if he has that same
55.
anticipation, anxiety kind of feel. Like, when is he going to come back?
I just thought of something. Platt is from the same neck of the woods as Philip Douglas Taylor, who was known as The Power. And a walk-on song is by a band called Snap. The Rhythm
59.
could possibly walk out to Rhythm as a Dancer by Snap. Same band.
You're a fan of Snap, then?
I think everybody was around
60.
1990. The only thing I can feel in the air right now is tension.
Who sang that?
140.
I don't know what's going to be in the air tonight, but that was Phil Collins.
138. Jonathan Carr,
What
66.
a setup there. What a 138. But this 66 here, you feel it's got a last start in hand. Double tops.
26.
Ronan will be,
Carr, 60.
there's a sigh of relief there. This is his opportunity. His moment.
Getting shot in the
And
second
he
leg.
is
Ronan
succeeding. The doubling, absolutely on key.
Third leg, Ronan to throw first.
2 more notes to find.
Game on.
But in order to find those final notes, he's got to create a bit of a symphony between now and those times. If he were to get out of here with 4-0, he would set the target
13.
of 12 points and +7. This is not the time to get into what ifs.
100.
This point of a group is about, if somebody wins, where do they put themselves? Ronan could go back to the top
13.
with a win. Fair to say that things haven't started very well in leg number 3, though.
60.
If he sees another 13 right now, it might appear. It might be like Beetlejuice.
140.
Stand down, Michael Keaton.
I think with those two 13s, it can just tell it plays on his
100.
mind. Such a great talent as well. The first dart goes in, you know it kind of has the possibilities of maximum scoring. And after 2 blunders, he's fixed it.
So whatever he scores next, he's going to score it with the turn after that as well. Because
81.
it's been 13, 13, 140, 140. The problem is you can't half 195.
I'm glad.
And he
100.
doesn't want a ton next.
Jonathan Carr, 160.
But Jonathan Platt could change it. But not with treble 1. He's a finder. Doesn't want his belly
83.
tickled on this game.
Ronan Carr, 95.
Break the mold, Ronan, if you dare.
76.
Just a bit too
Jonathan Carr,
courageous on the double
77.
19. Remember when JP hit 77 in 2003? He didn't do it this way.
67.
And he doesn't hit it, so
Ronan, your card,
19
19.
for Ronan to get within 1. Double 8.
3.
It has been such
Jonathan
a friend
Clark,
to him
10.
this week. But when he really needs it, nobody's home. He gets a reprieve.
6. Ronan, your card, 16.
And Jono's final game of the week. He's starting to flag. Double 4.
8. Jonathan Carr, 4.
After starting the match with a 13 darter, 17 darter, seems like it's just gone completely missed. Yeah, can't watch. Double 2 finds the double 2, and that is a leg that Ronan will want to forget.
4th leg, Jonathan to through first. Game 1.
But can he forget it?
Missed 7 darts in that match to go 3-0 up. He started off with 13 and 13, and he wouldn't want to be starting like that again, because that would just put him under the cosh.
$55.
Didn't win his last game yesterday. He lost to Peter Wachiuri. That seems like a long time ago now.
45.
We have been to some very,
100.
very strange situations in Group C before. I will never, ever forget when Ryan Finesse and Chris Hurds were tied on points, on leg difference. Legs
68.
won. And they were 1-1 in their head-to-head record over the 2 days. We had to go to averages to figure out who would go through. And Chris Hurds picked him by having the better accumulative average over the couple of days. But this is different. This is about 5 people trying to squeeze into 2 spots.
80.
It's like trying to fit 5 human beings into a phone box.
Depending on how small, they definitely can. But I mean,
120.
You got Teehan, Darren, Ronan, Peter Wachiuri. I think Ivan can fit anywhere into a small crack or whatever. But yeah, those 4 big units there.
Yeah, someone's going to have to do a tuck and roll.
And because the leg difference isn't that big, though, like it's not massive, like somebody just win
60.
and then you threw.
Ronan Carr, 86.
If I were in this situation, I'd want this game. I'd want to be playing now, setting
32.
the total. Do what you got to do, win the game, sit back and just see if it's enough. 54 points left to be within 1 leg of
60.
setting the clubhouse
Ronan Carr,
lead.
54.
Tops it is. And this tactic has worked very well today.
$34.
He's just a bit swift on
Jonathan
that one.
Carr, 128.
How does 128 will hurt? Would it be 54 first up? It will. Another 54. It will. Double 10. Inside. And that would have hurt Ronan. That would have been the gut punch.
Ronan's gut is very much intact. 1 more leg.
5th leg, Ronan.
One person is very relaxed. He knows where he's going after this. He's going home. The other one hasn't got a clue.
Game on.
Still played in great spirits, smiling. But I tell you, Ronan just wants to get on with it. Get it over and done with. Sit in the clubhouse, like you said, Nico.
40.
With a nice H2O with ice and an umbrella.
The thing is, because Ronan has lost a leg in this game, winning 4-1's not enough to guarantee
81.
passage through. He'll need results to go his way in the final 2 matches. He could be through with a match to spare. based on
95.
certain scenarios. He's not worried about that. He just wants to get those 2 points and then let everybody else stress it out. Best he can do leg difference-wise is plus
100.
6. That can be overtaken by Teehan, by Darren Johnson, but
60.
not Peter Wachiuri. Wachiuri plays Teehan next.
One of them, 40. One of them, 40.
He hasn't left a finish, but under these circumstances, do we criticise him for leaving 166? I don't think we do.
80.
But what a big 80 that is. And that's for the rest of the table. The table wants Platt to win. That
60.
is exactly what they want to do. But if Ronan wins this game, it changes the entire dynamic. Double tops now for 3-2. And another leg lost here from Ronan. More drama. So that would mean that Peter Wachiuri is still in with a shout.
Game on.
He most definitely is. Now the permutations change again. But we're letting them change in the background because we've got to figure out this result first to make it easier
100.
to be palatable. McDonagh still needs one leg. He's not throwing first here. Well, there are supposed things that happen in darts.
97.
Having the darts is supposed to be a good thing. That was thrown to the Wolves in the middle part of the table. In fact, how many times have people won against the throw today? Yeah, 9 times. 9 times! And that's the first time we've hit a 180 in this game. I say we, it was actually John who hit it.
44.
I was about to say, yeah, good little assistance there from Paul Nicholson on the 180.
I had nothing to do with that.
But John Platt, yeah, giving
100.
everybody something to smile about in the back room there. Because taking away a few legs, even if Ronan wins,
100.
it now means that
121.
it becomes, it's part and parcel of results that has to go his way, not just the win. And Jonathan Platt, as much as he's out of this game, he has so much to say about who goes through.
Well, he wins this leg and the next. He'll put Ronan McDonagh on the scrap heap.
79.
All of a sudden, the better player in this game is wearing Aston Villa colours. Things are looking very grey all of a sudden for the Irishman.
42.
We might still get that scenario where we have 2 games left and they're both shootouts. Well, that wasn't on purpose. Well, it's the weird, the wonderful here in the Super Series on a Friday. And my word, what a big leg this is going to be. Ronan McDonagh needs to win it to stay alive.
Game on.
And you can see the perspiration on his face. It's gone from a 40-degree to 120-degree.
100.
And all it is now is it's in his hand. You win, potentially you go through. You lose, you're definitely out.
100.
And that's what we said. We came for drama, came for entertainment. And you got that.
85.
This is good. 1 treble visits are good. Three treble visits are gold dust. My word. I'm not surprised that this young man is sweating it up a little bit. He's done good stuff in this last leg decider, but he's had his throw taken from him.
You almost want to check the speed here from Jonathan Platt there with a mighty last treble. Ronan all to do.
That was a risky 60, wasn't it?
85.
Paid off in the end, and the 126 now for the match.
to leave this week with a smile, to make sure that McDonagh leaves with a frown.
84. Ronald Carr 134.
And he's left 42 again. Ronan needs to hope that Platt will miss 42.
94. Jonathan Carr 42.
He was 3-1 up, was the Irishman. To end with a win. 88.
34. Ronald Carr
What else
40.
could happen? McDonagh's on tops to stay in somehow. To be the first person to 12 points in the group. And he's found it. He's still not safe, but he could have been gone had it been for Jonathan Platt. Incredible stuff. We say goodbye to Jono. He's contributed to an incredibly dramatic group. But if you think we're done yet, think again. The next game comes up right after this. Hello, everybody. I hope you're enjoying what we've had over the last 13 games. An awful lot of drama, and it hasn't even ended yet. Usually when we get to this point of Group C, somebody's through. Think again. They're not. And one thing we know is that
First
Ronan
leg, Peter
McDonagh
through
has
first.
set the target, which is 12 points.
Game on.
And a leg difference of +4. He is not safe. This is not a shootout game of sorts. It's not a case of whoever wins goes
83.
through. It's a bit more complicated than that. But one half of it is, if Kieran Teehan wins, he will be through. Because his current leg difference is very healthy.
77.
And he can overtake Ronan McDonagh on legs 1, even if he wins by 4 legs to 3. Peter Wachiuri's best
80.
avenue to success, to get to the top 2, is to beat Kieran Teehan here. And then he would like an Ivan Springborg Poulsen victory
140.
in the next game by a tighter margin than his victory. I hope that makes sense. It does in my head, but I wouldn't be surprised if you're a little bit confused.
55.
Stay with us. We'll keep you abreast of what is happening come the end of this result.
So basically, what you're saying is, can you repeat? I'm
Well,
joking.
we actually have confirmation now that if Wachiuri was to win 4-0, he'd be through. Any other victory, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3, he would need a bit of a favour in the last game, and it would have to come from the Dane.
125.
The chance is still there.
You say there's a chance. And Peter Wachiuri leaving a 158. Teehan, nowhere close yet.
60.
And now he has 158.
158.
6 darts in hand. So he can set it up nicely. Or you could take it out. Now just wants to do some board management.
84.
Great 84 there. So Teehan now can't go trebleless. Or Peter Wachiuri will have a solid chance. But Teehan is starting off solidly. 64 left. So he's going to go to the left side of the board.
141.
That's happened a
Peter
few
Carr,
times. But the 74 could be a great option there. Once the double tops. 1 dot in hand.
54.
Wachiuri pulls it.
Get in your car,
So
43.
a break of throw opportunity here for Kieran Teehan with a 43.
His doubles have not been polished today.
Getting shot
But
on
it's
the
not
first
about
leg,
what's
Kieran
happened
Teehan.
before. It's about what happens now. He's
Second leg,
feeling the
Kieran to
heat.
do first. Game on.
I don't blame him. It's pretty hot at that altitude.
It's closer to the sun. But the thing is, now Peter Wachiuri is going to need to get the victory and then
55.
hope for a even springboard victory and a favour. But Teehan, that finish there, you could just tell there's an
85.
element of switch on, and always when players, especially at his level, and if you've played on the Pro Tour, you know that when you're backed in a corner, everything has to go perfect. And
43.
generally, that's kind of what happens.
And by virtue of losing that first leg, we know that Peter can't qualify just by winning this game. He's going to need a very, very big favour.
41.
But who would have said that we've got to the last 2 games today to determine who would have qualified?
95.
Now, let's revel in this fact that we have got 2 games left and still 5 players are alive.
$81.
We're going to be referencing this group for years. There was once a Group B where the last match was Lee Budgeon and Fallon Sherrick. Whoever won the game
98.
would qualify. If you lost the game, you'd finish bottom. That happened. And Fallon Sherrick won. Strange things can happen in
18.
round-robin darts.
$210 now. So now he's going to have to...
40.
Did not change anything, but has the big fish. Peter Wachiuri close. It is the Teehan throw. And he did break the Peter Wachiuri throw, but a great score here. It's
100.
100. So tight as well.
170.
What a 10+ opportunity here. Can Teehan pull in the big fish on the big moment? First dot on. Is this the big fish?
140. Peter Carr, 114.
Peter's got to get into this game soon. Like difference is not his friend. He needs friends. Okay. He's not going to be going for tops. That leaves double 6.
108. Kieran Carr, 30.
Slightly unconventional and accidental, but it doesn't work out. You can see how frustrated he is and not taking that second leg. It could be Teehan's as he goes for double 8.
Game shown in the second leg.
He is succeeding where Wachiuri is not right now. And just to give you an indication of the kind of afternoon we've had, the highest winning average of the day was Teehan in game 2 at 86.15. No averages over 90 today. In fact, nothing over 87. It's been a pressure cooker of 6
85.
dart players and only 2 will survive.
And just to think, Jonathan Platt was eliminated earlier rounds and still had a say who goes through in the last, with his last darts as well. And that's how tight it was today. Like, everybody was equally kind of poised in a sense, talent-wise, when you're talking about ability on the day. Considering the conditions on the stage, the heat outside and inside and all of those things.
140.
It just showed you, like, everybody just... it's not for the lack of trying, but just the amount of pressure today was immense.
59.
Because everybody wants to be here on a Saturday to have the chance to win a sizable amount of money, to get a medal, to get their hands on the trophy.
96.
It's all of those things. But maybe the biggest thing is the feeling that you've been successful.
40.
That's something that can't be measured. It's a feeling and something we all want.
Wachiuri could set it up nicely.
85.
3, 4, 5 for Teehan. So Wachiuri has time. Loads of time.
One thing we haven't said is that
43.
if Peter wins this
Peter
game,
Carr, 95.
Kieran's gone.
And that's the reality as well. Peter Wachiuri had 2 shots at a double as well.
55.
So this game could have been easily 3-0.
Oh, where have we seen that changing games in the past?
Peter Carr, 40.
I can think of 2 off the top of my head. It doesn't change a thing.
Peter Wachiuri. Fourth leg, Kieran to throw first. Game on.
Best case scenario for Peter is 12 points and a leg difference of +3.
49.
This is tense.
It really is. I think if you're a Kenyan darts fan right now, you are screaming
21.
for a 4-2 victory for your man from Nairobi and then imploring there to be a 4-3 Springborg Poulsen victory against Darren Johnson.
46.
Because that would get the Kenyan through to Saturday night for a second time.
$58.
We were watching the World Cup from Frankfurt
100.
last week. Watching that amazing final between Northern Ireland and Wales. You have to be in games like that to understand just what it feels like. They are
135.
feelings that you both want to experience again and don't. It's not 4 players feeling it here, it's 5.
57.
And with every dart, it gets ticked off, just like clicking it all the time. The pressure. And you'd expect it, as it's your time.
121.
Peter Wachiuri stepping up there, left a bogey. He has a great opportunity now for Kieran Teehan to amplify the scoring power that he has.
100.
And now that Teehan has actually reached 2 legs in this contest and he has a chance of getting to 3. If Peter were to win by any margin in this game now, Ronan McDonagh would be safe. Shots off. So Wachiuri can equalise on 83.
83.
Big dart, that. That one's even better.
Peter Wachiuri.
Stunning check out in 2 from the King. What's happening next then? I think Ronan McDonagh is now the biggest fan of Peter Wachiuri in the world. Maybe not.
Maybe just a fan.
140.
Love that. And I think that when you see that finish, that 83, under immense pressure as well. Because Teehan was on double 11.
135.
And that would have meant that puts it back in the throw, 3-1. But Peter Wachiuri might not even know what he needs to do. All he's thinking is, I have to win to get through. And that's what he's doing. So this fight
97.
back here isn't with pressure on the mind that I need to have extra thoughts. If I win, I'm through. And that's what been his day all day.
60.
Kieran is definitely under the pump now. He's been caught.
And the most popular scoreline of today was 2-2.
$40.
Just feel like Peter Wachiuri just needs to steady the ship now. Because he has the throw. Holds the throw, yeah. Kieran has to take it away from him.
Oh, that was a gamble. But it's paid off. He gets a single 19 there. He is not on a finish.
$59.
Oh, no.
135.
What more is there to say than that? Oh, this is creative.
111.
I think that's worked out really well for Teehan. If he'd taken it out, it would have been fabulous. But as soon as he sees Wachiuri leave that bogey number, he's thinking, I'm not going 25 here. I'm going my own route.
Car 24.
Who takes the lead and how? It's not Wachiuri. It's a great shot to double 6. Just in.
6-leg Kieran to throw first. Game on.
Well, what is going to happen next here?
What a last start as well. And that all came from the miscount from Peter Wachiuri going 19. Giving Kieran Teehan an opportunity to just
60.
Almost creating a creative way to go for the finish. And starting on 57s there, which is not a normal way, or it was quite unique. And finding the opportunity in the end. Peter Wachiuri was left on top, so both players checking out under immense pressure.
$95.
Teehan looking for the knockout blow here. Looking to take Wachiuri out and to halt the escape plan of Ivan Springborg Poulsen, because that win would be a double
95.
knockout punch. I wonder how Darren Johnson's feeling right now. It seems like
80.
an eternity since he was last at the hockey. Darren's seen a lot of things in his career, but he hasn't seen a group like this.
I think nobody has.
40.
Peter's losing ground. He's running out of time.
He's running out of darts. And you feel as though a big visit here will push it completely out of Peter's reach.
99.
Left it up. The man from Kenya needs a 2 triple visit minimum. Just guide it in now. 2 treble visit will leave him solid. 2 treble visit. And that is what Peter Wachiuri does. He's a man on a mission. So Kieran Teehan can't go trebleless yet at all.
99.
Does not. So 136 for Peter Wachiuri. The man is capable of anything.
Is he capable of this? Double 8? Oh boy, what an attempt.
McDonagh 68.
That would have been something rather extraordinary to stay in this table, but it might all be over. The double knockout punch from Teehan is not going to happen.
28. McDonagh 8.
Is somebody looking down on Peter? One left. It's got to be the right angle.
4.
It's not there, and Teehan this
40.
time gets 3 at tops to take the Kenyan out and to put the dangerous Danish player Ivan Springborg Poulsen on the heap as well. Oh, he's bust it.
McDonagh 4.
What else is possible in this group?
And Peter Wachiuri now stepping up and certainly looking for first dart into double 2. He's going to slide it over that. Perfect setup now for double 1. And this to save his skin.
No score.
This tension
McDonagh 40.
is as thick as cheese. He thinks it's over. I think a lot of people do. And it is. Tops. And Kieran Teehan is a man who is going to go forward. Peter's had an incredible journey over the last 25 games this week, but it has ended there. And it's also ended for the Dane, who has his last game against Darren Johnson next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie, you
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
This will be the final act of Group C this week, and boy, what a play this has been. Darren Johnson has kept himself alive with some stoic stuff, but unfortunately, the great escape will not happen for Ivan Springborg Poulsen. He has been the player of the day. He's won 4 out of 4, but unfortunately for him, even if he gets 5 out of 5, he will come up just short.
First leg, Ivan to throw first. Game on.
This is how it works. Kieran Teehan, currently top of the table, he is through. Ronan McDonagh is second.
60.
He's currently 1 leg behind Teehan. But Darren Johnson, who is in 3rd position right now with this last game, if he wins,
96.
he will not only qualify, he will win the group and put Ronan McDonagh out. That's it.
60.
It's a bit more simpler now than it was 10 minutes ago. And what a day it's been. Darting drama. So
60.
It's definitely a group of you'll never forget. All the players on 10 and all our permutations
45.
early on just went out of the roof, out of the window, basically.
I think you've said something very apt there, Devon, because Jonathan Platt, he's finished 6th. He's never going to forget this group, is he? After the
80.
game that he had with Ronan McDonagh in game 13. Springborg Poulsen has had a sensational charge here today. He's not going to forget
60.
it. As for Wachiuri, he's not going to forget it. Darren Johnson or Ronan McDonagh will not forget it for either the right or wrong reasons. And Kieran Teehan right now has got his feet up in the practice room thinking, how on earth am I first and through? First.
And I think when we started the day off
60.
with Ronan being on top and all three, the 2, 3, and 4 being so tight, you knew it's going to be something of a who beats who kind of
21.
situation today. But Ivan Springborg just threw the cat amongst the pigeons, and that's why we're in the position that we are in now. Darren Johnson there leaving a bogey number as well.
100.
Yeah, with 2 weak darts in the small one. He's got to get a little bit of strength here. And that's 3 times he's done that. I wonder if the arm's starting to fail him. Well, not in the treble 19, it's not.
Ivan Akar 116.
It's a lot lower than the treble 20, so it's might easier, but Ivan does not care. He has no hair, and he's here to take his share of the points. Ivan Springborg, I don't know if he knows that if he doesn't win, it's not going to go through, but I'm sure that Ronan has an abracadabra shirt on right now.
96.
Ivan actually can elevate his position in the table to 4th at the
100.
expense of Peter Wachiuri. That's about as good as it can get for him.
96.
Which is a lot better than what he did in Group A. So, throughout the course of the week, he has improved. As other people have faltered, he has thrived.
32.
You'll take a loads of positivity from today's results and just coming through 4 out of 4 in a group like this as well. It's phenomenal. Just the
59.
checkouts that he had as well. A solid play, just staying in the mix, making mistakes and recover. The veteran himself just showed exactly what it is,
101.
personified the will to win. Darren Johnson not reaching anymore, but finding the treble. And he has to, because he knows that Ivan Springborg, a little bit of board
60.
management,
Darren
misplacement, and
110.
just not following what his scores left. Now has no opportunity. So Dan has 110 left. That's 6, but he only needs 3.
74.
74 scored, so 36 left. Ivan Springborg can only set up.
44. Darren Akar 36.
Darren has got lots of friends in this sport, and I'm sure they're all cheering him on from home or wherever they are watching on their smart devices, but they will not like what they see.
28. Ivan Akar 164.
99 lurking, showing his head again, but this 164 would have been a shot.
100. Darren Akar 8.
Putting the 8 under pressure.
Double 2.
4.
Now he could be caught
Ivan
in this
Akar
leg.
64.
This would be such a pesky finish. Double 16. I'm convinced he wasn't going for that 16, but it has worked out a treat.
Third leg Ivan to throw first. Game on.
Pesky is the definition of that finish. You're right. Because Darren will be stood at the back there and go, he's going to get this last start. He's going to get this last start.
41.
He's in the same position as Jonathan Platt was 2 games ago. He knows he's not going to succeed in making Saturday, but you want to leave with a
45.
win.
Darren Johnson 1 win away from making a Saturday. And Ronan sat under the table watching this game. Screaming.
Sitting under the table like a dog when there's thunder outside. Saying, can this
29.
storm please pass? And Ivan is playing Thor. As in Thor.
100.
The character. He's not feeling sore and I've got a lisp. Oh, that's a fortunate extra 17 points.
138.
That's one of the weirdest deflections we've seen here. But based on everything we've seen today, drama-wise, that is nothing.
80.
Ivan Springborg, yeah, could go solid with a 3-0 lead. And Darren Johnson
95.
is seeing his Saturday hopes disappear.
100.
The walls are closing in. Look at this. That
He's
is a
on the third leg.
14 darter
Ivan
from the
Springborg
Dane.
Fulton.
And he's put DJ firmly back in his box.
Fourth leg Darren to through
It's
first.
not
Game on.
sellotaped shut yet, but it might be in as little as 2 minutes.
45.
And this could be a capitulation, yeah, from Darren Johnson. And Ivan Springborg will be the only player to win 5 out of 5 on today, on a day filled with drama.
44.
Well, prepare to be amazed, everyone, because this is Friday afternoon. It is 6:21 local time. We
97.
are into our 6th session of the week. Nobody this week in any session has had a clean sheet. Nobody has had an undefeated day.
59.
And that might come from someone who is going out.
And just like that, mind
55.
blown.
Welcome to the weird, wonderful week 6.
Ivan Springborg, capable of magic.
100.
You feel as though he's going to have to wield that wand a few more times, but can he max it out again?
100.
One in the treble there, puts him close. Darren Johnson needs to find something, but stretching.
25.
Wrong bed completely. So Ivan now has an opportunity. Can't take the advantage, and he will.
Oh, that was a bit thrutchy, wasn't it?
83.
As was Dart 3. And he should have switched.
In Darren Johnson's head is he just
57.
wants Ivan to stop throwing the way he is. And Ivan's just thinking, I won 4-0 because I won 12 points. And a man that's
43.
a man that started off at 6th place today.
Needs to start here. Comebacks have to start somewhere. One down, 3 to go.
Johnson.
Did we expect anything less? Like, this is
Fifth
probably
leg,
going
Ivan
to
to
go to
through
3-all,
first.
and then we're
Game
going to
on.
have DJ win 4-3, and the drama continues.
It has happened before where the last leg of the group would determine the last name in the hat from that group into Saturday.
60.
It would be entirely unexpected if it happened here. But the one thing you have to know about this man
100.
from Mexborough is just what kind of character people from Yorkshire have. Never give up.
60.
Doesn't matter what the complexion is. We will keep trying. And if anything, he's starting to play his best darts when he was 3-0
100.
down.
I think it's all about that being cautious and not trying to make a mistake. And now Ivan's put him in a position where he goes,
29.
you have no choice but to play perfectly. And that frees your mind anyways, because you know that I can't make a mistake now.
81.
That was a sensible switch. Had he found that treble 19, he would have been on exactly the same score as Johnson. Is that in? Both of them are. How good was that 140? In the grand scheme of things, that might be the 140 of the week.
100. Donnaruka 80.
Darren Johnson now on a potential 14 darter. What a time for a 14 darter. Darren Johnson now has an opportunity to level the game.
Game on.
And what a break-off throw. So far, it's been 21, 21, 14 from Ivan Springborg, and then Darren Johnson went 21, 14. And a maximum to go with it. Darren Johnson has well and truly woken up. Waited till Ivan Springborg got to 3-0, and now he's playing the best darts he's played today. We have another twist, Paulo.
$58.
I'm running out of superlatives here. I'm starting to feel like I live in a bag of twisties. If you don't know what a bag of twisties
59.
is, that's a very well-known Australian snack.
$43.
This comeback has got to be sustained. At no point can he rest. Because if this guy gets one little sneak,
135.
he'll want to put him away. I just wonder how Ronan McDonagh's feeling right now. He can't believe what he's seeing. He thought at 3-0, this Danish guy's getting a Christmas card.
100.
That is very much on hold right now.
42. Donnacar, 120.
Springborg Poulsen has not missed a dart at a double in this match. If he doesn't get a fourth shot, he doesn't win it. How has he got that in
100.
there? Seriously impressive last start from Johnson.
Now, double 10 for
60.
Johnson.
Donnacar, 20.
Take us to a 3-all and a last leg shootout to decide the group. But he needs the double 10. Ivan Springborg not on a finish. Last start in hand.
15.
Oh no, that's horrible. If he was going to miss it, he wanted to miss it outside, not into the 15. Because now he's cornered.
60. Donnacar, 5.
Doesn't want to give him a shot at that 117. That's just about there.
1.
Now,
Ivan Nukar,
the Dane does get a look. Yet again, he's not missed a dart at a double in the match. And he's missed the single, though. How much
72.
can this
4.
group take? How much has Darren Johnson got left? Just about enough.
Darren Johnson.
One leg to determine if DJ goes through or Ronan McDonagh.
7th and final leg, Ivan.
Everybody take a collective breath. If only Ivan Springborg Poulsen had found that single 17.
Ronan,
Ifs and buts were
36.
candy and nuts.
Ronan cannot believe what he's witnessing. I don't even think he's watching it now. Darren Johnson starts off with a 180. This would change the game.
135.
135. And now it is dart for dart madness.
100.
Steady, but Johnson's already taken the throw.
$56.
Now that is sensible play. He couldn't see the 57. He wanted to leave a number where 2 trebles would get him to a finish.
45.
310 is that finish.
He needs to find 2 trebles here to leave him, but it's reaching now. Drops
59.
down again. So trebleless visits will hurt him. But Ivan Springborg seeing an opportunity here to
81.
just spring ahead. It is the Ivan Springborg throw as well. So 251. 9 darts thrown. Halfway there.
56.
Still trebleless visit again. That's 3 trebleless visits so far. Started the game off with a 135. Then 56, 59, and 56.
41.
But this is now a Darren Johnson opportunity. He's going to go up now. He's going to stay there. It was quite completely blocked.
57.
Don't know how sensible that was. But a treble 20 here from Ivan Springborg will put him in the front seat.
58.
Now the treblers. Tension is high, ladies and gentlemen.
2 points between them to see who goes through. It's not between the two of these. Oh, no! No! Surely!
Ivan Nukar, 140.
The live lounge has just gone cold.
85.
And that is a really good 5 in
138.
the end because of the circumstances. Johnson has still got this to win the group. But that 138 bust,
60.
it might be the biggest thing that's happened in this
55.
group. Again, Springborg Poulsen has not missed a dart at a double. He doesn't miss a dart at a double. And he takes DJ out. He'll not go to Saturday, and Ronan McDonagh has by the smallest of margins. This group had very little quality over the last couple of days, but it had an abundance of drama. It was quite amazing, that's for sure. The Modus Super Series always delivers, and that final game is won by 4 legs to 3 by Ivan Springborg Poulsen. Well, there are your stats from that last game. 72.98 is not a big average when you lose, but 71.91, that is good enough to get that man a perfect day. The first perfect day for anybody this week. And Ivan Springborg Poulsen has actually jumped Darren Johnson in the table, and he's jumped Peter Wachiuri to get himself into that top half of the table. This is what it does for the tournament this week. It has been nothing but dramatic. Kieran Teehan has won Group C, and Ronan McDonagh has just about joined what is looking like a very, very good Irish crowd and Northern Irish crowd in Saturday night this week in a series that has got plenty of Irish representation. As for what we've got coming up a little bit later on Pluto TV, we've got plenty for you to get your teeth into before we come back a little bit later on today. We've got a tungsten talk with Nolan van Leuven, who's had her share of ups and downs in the course of the Modus Super Series and beyond. A little bit followed by Glenn and Nico having a trip down memory lane. I didn't know I dressed up as a Tin Man that day, but I've never seen Glenn Durrant looking like someone from Kansas before. Well, a little bit later on today, we're going to have a bit more in the way of drama, aren't we? Because Adam Gavlas is coming back for the Week 6 Group B session to be at a climax around about 1:30 in the morning. That will be very interesting because all 5 players are still alive in that table. And of course, Saturday night, 7:30 for the finals night. It will be live on Pluto TV. Thank you for your company this afternoon. It's been nothing but dramatic from Devin Peterson and myself, Paul the Ascent Nicholson. Thanks for your company. We'll see you at 10 o'clock.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit. And
it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty